Hello, hello. Should I start? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hi, Soraj. Hi, Nagla. But this, I think this mic is. It sounds there. Do you hear me? No. Everyone can hear me in the Zoom call, but not in the room. Wait a second, please. Hello, hello. Now we can see Soraj there. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, we're fixing here the audio for the room. In the Zoom call is okay, but it's not working in the room. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you adjust the audio? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay, now we are missing the audio guy. We are missing the audio guy for the room, so maybe we could start and I could talk louder. It's okay. Okay, let's start. I will just talk a little bit louder for the room. It's okay like that. You can hear me. Okay, let's start. Well, hello everybody, welcome. Sorry for the delays. We are the A Plus Alliance for Inclusive Algorithms and the Feminist AI Research Network. We are very happy to participate again in IGF, now in Addis Abeba. In this session, we are going to share our last year's work in this journey of reflecting on and building feminist AI. Also, we are going to give an advance of what is coming for the next year. Join us, share your comments and or questions in the chat, and we are going to be happy to read them and reply. Let me introduce my colleagues in this session. We have in Mexico Paola Ricaurte from Tecnológico de Monterrey. She's leader of Latin America and the Caribbean Fair Regional Hub. Thanks, Paola, for being here, even though it's very late in Mexico. In Thailand, we have Soraj Hongda Ladarom from Chulalongkorn University. He is co-leader of the Southeast Asia Fair Regional Hub. We have in Egypt Nagla Risk from Access to Knowledge for Development Center at the American University in Cairo. Nagla is the leader of Middle East and North Africa Fair Regional Hub. I don't see here, I'm not sure if Kaylin is here in the room. Could someone confirm me? I think she is not, but maybe she will be joining us soon. Kaylin is should be right now in Dakar. She's usually based in Geneva, Switzerland. Is founder of Women at the Table and the A Plus Alliance, co-leader of the Fair Network. And also we have from our sister network in Africa, Lord Tail and Ernest Mwebasi. Hope we get them soon in the call. We can start now talking a little bit about the alliance. What about A plus? Why are we working on this in feminist AI? And to give like a little introduction, we are working on feminist AI because we all know that AI has the potential to improve the quality of life of people. But this technological tool also has a lot of risks of reproducing existing biases and reproducing colonial structures in the digital world, like concentration of resources, opportunities, and wealth, hierarchization between racialized and sexualized groups, class stratification around models of production, silencing and extractivism of many kinds. In this moment, it's crucial to reflect on who is developing AI, who benefits, and who gets harms from AI, from which perspective the tech is built. Rethink AI also implies we have to consider the process of producing technology in a broader sense. It's not only the software, we have to think where the software is running, how the infrastructure was built, who maintains it, who participates in the software design process, how an app, a tool is governed, who is going to pay for it, among other questions. There is a limited number of places for tech creation, mostly in California and China, and this implies that their cultures are the only ones that are being codified. Lots of other visions are not being taken into account. The majority of the world is getting out of this conversation, so we need urgently to make a shift on how technology is built. With feminist AI, we are thinking on how AI should look like, and we want to implement technology with the vision of feminist movements, marginalized communities, and in general, other perspectives that dispute the hegemonic point of view of how AI and algorithm decision-making software is being constructed and used. Now I would like to turn to Paola to go deeper on decolonialism, indigenous thinking, the Latin American feminist movement, and how this interrelates with what we want to achieve. Thank you, Paola. We will continue with Nagla. Let's talk about feminist AI from a MENA perspective. Thank you, Nagla. Now let's move to Asia with Suraj. Suraj, you have been working with a Buddhist perspective on technology. So, would you like to tell us about how the Buddhist perspective combines with AI, please? Thank you, Sorash. Now let's talk a little bit about what happened in year one of the project. This FAIR network, Feminist AI Research Network, works in a three phases basics. We start with a call for proposals for articles. Then the articles present their results, and we select the ones that go to prototype stage, to prototype phase, and then to a pilot phase. So we go papers, prototypes, and pilots. And in last year, we have two cohorts of papers, and now we have one cohort in prototypes. So let's talk a little bit about how the first year go. Let's start with Paola about the projects. How were the projects in LAC region for the first cohort? Thank you, Paola. Those were the projects of the first cohort. They start working in the first part of this year, and the prototypes are now. They're working right now on their prototypes. Also, we have a second cohort of articles for the Latin America region. Right now, they are working on 4 projects: one conversational agent to support interpreters of indigenous languages in Mexico. Also, there is another project where they are working with a AI crowd work with a gender perspective. They are trying to build tools to support and to help the workers to improve the way they work in order to have a better quality of life. Also, we have a project that is a redesign of a model of formulating data science projects using a feminist criteria. So they are working with using what's facilitating workshops in order to create and redesign these formulation projects. And the fourth project is a chatbot. Actually, it's 2 solutions based in AI applied to monitoring, response, and systematization in situations of digital gender violence. This project is developed by a Chilean team, and they are working in this chatbot to identify gender violence and also to help to identify the situations and then to send messages to alert authorities or alert communities. These 4 teams are working right now in these articles phases, and we also have another project, another team that is right now in the prototype phase. This one is the Derechos Digitales, the one that Paola was just mentioning. Right now they are starting to facilitate workshops in order to try to implement this feminist perspective that they work in the article phase. Also, we have 2 more teams working in this cohort. They are from Asia. Sorash could tell us more about these projects.
Oh, yes, yes. One project, we the first one is by a team of educational from Mahidol University in Palembang, Thailand. And the title is Create a Quality Restorative Assessment System for
Thank you, Suraj. We these are the 6 breaks that we have right now in this articles phase, and now we are opening.
Of course, we're learning from our partners, and there are incredible areas of participation for the region. And my hope and expectation is that this would actually would come out the earlier challenges I mentioned, the developmental challenges, the needs that we have for a positive and impactful role for feminist AI. I'm hoping that these areas, developmental areas, will come up. But for the moment, we are starting, as I mentioned, a series of workshops, starting in December, expanding, actively engaging with members, expanding the network, and in creating MENA, a network of researchers and activists and technologists and interested parties working on feminist AI. That's at the moment what we are planning to do immediately. And then the next phase, maybe later in this meeting, I will talk more about what we are hoping to, what we are expecting as papers, as topics for papers, prototypes, and pilots. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagla. Can you hear me? I'm going to try again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it's not working in the Zoom call. They cannot hear me in the Zoom call. Hello, can you hear me in the Zoom? Hello, hello. It was working. I think the microphone is working. It's a problem in the mixer because they have to put this audio in the Zoom call. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me in the Zoom? No. I send the question to Paula.
Yes. I think that one difference that we notice with the experience of various cohort is that projects that include communities from the beginning are projects that really capture the needs of those communities. So that's why we want teams made up of diverse people, but also teams that include the communities that are intended to, that these technologies are intended to serve. So in our experience, when technologies are not developed taking into account the communities from the very beginning, from the design, these technologies usually tend to reinforce those structural differences and discriminations that we are trying to avoid. So in our calls, we are trying to promote diversity in all these senses. Diversity in terms of disciplines, diversity in terms of trajectories, diversity in terms of the communities that are involved in the project itself. So I think that this is basically the main difference of this call and other calls that are trying to develop technologies. We are trying to embed diversity and inclusion from the beginning, from the very conception and design of the technology.
Thanks, Paola. Can you hear me in the Zoom?
Hani would like me to speak about the project expectations for the next call. So allow me to take the next few minutes to do that. As I mentioned, we are having a workshop in December to announce the network, to solicit interest and expand the knowledge about the network, about the feminist AI for our regional network. Then the call for papers will come out in January after introducing the network, as I said, in December. We are learning from our partners, so from Paula, Jaime, and Suraj, your experiences are very, very useful for us. We are learning that we would like to have the community involved, from the beginning, the civil society involved from the beginning. So basically, what we have in mind is the call for papers. Will go out, to different communities, to the larger networks. We would hope to have sort of a partnership from including the community together, the civil society. I would hope that and expect that the topics to be dealt with would really address the priorities and the needs in the region. So I would expect that perhaps language biases would come out as, hope to look to find proposals that include tools that address, for example, language biases. A very important part in this region, as I mentioned in my first introduction, is what relates to work in the region. As I mentioned, we have high rates of unemployment of youth, of educated, of women, and low rates of labor participation. And we also have large portions of informal economies. We have a huge informal sector in our region. So what I would hope for is that we find ways whereby, the proposals, papers, and eventually the prototypes and the pilots would address these issues. Fintech, for example, entrepreneurship, platform-mediated cloud work, and platform-mediated groundwork, the gig economy. Mobility of women, which was mentioned earlier by Suraj, is very, very safety for mobility for women. This is an important issue in this part of the world. Intersectional biases as well, as mentioned by Paula. Family law is something to be tackled in this part of the world. We hope in our workshop to sort of discuss the different issues and solicit interest, but the priorities and the research questions and the research issues have to come organically, grounds up from the presenters, so the proposers, people who will propose this, the papers which will eventually develop into the prototypes and the pilots. My hope is that we trigger enough interest and enough buzz about the network in a way that we will, we would be receiving interesting proposals that address priorities, developmental priorities, inclusion priorities, and also that would engage different stakeholders, including the community and civil society as well. So we're very much looking forward to that, and please stay tuned for announcements from this end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nagla.
Yes, so it's my turn to speak, right? And what we have been looking for in proposals during the second year of the project, firstly, in this region, and it reflects what has been said from other regions by Paula and Nagla. Also, firstly, we would like to look for more diversity of proposals. We only had two successful proposals for the first year, and we would very much like to see more successful proposals in the second year, including those from other regions, other countries in Southeast Asia. Also, for example, Malaysia or Vietnam or Cambodia, these countries which have not been represented much during the first cohort, in the first year of the project. That said, the content, we would like to look for proposals on how AI could be developed in such a way as to contribute to social justice, to equality, to women empowerment, to equality, how inequality is diminished, including economic inequality, social inequality, and so on. And projects can this broad outline and find their own take on the issue. For example, the team from Thailand and the Philippines that I have told you about, they just come up on their own on mobility for women and how a lot to help women with disability. So they have their own agenda, and it's really fortunate that these agendas kind of mesh with our overall concern. So yes, we are really looking forward to receiving good proposals from all countries within the Southeast Asian region for the next cohort of the project.
Thank you. Thank you, Sorash. I think in the Zoom participants cannot hear me, but I will talk to the room now for a little bit. This next call for proposals, as we mentioned, is going to open in March next year. And one of the ideas that we have is that we are going to change a little bit the focus of the call for proposals, not to put the emphasis on AI, but on algorithmic decision making. We think that is like a broader approach in order to seek for more teams to participate. So we encourage participation of teams from these regions: Latin America, Middle East, North Africa, and Southeast Asia. We want the teams to be formed of a technical person, a social science or humanities background, and persons from a community. As Paola mentioned before, it's very important for us to have a community involved in the process of designing the technology. We have to work this kind of projects in an horizontal way. It's not like a transfer of technology. We want the teams that work together with the communities and with the specialists in order to achieve these little systematic changes in a lot of thematics, as the regional leaders were mentioning. So yes. Yes. There is another sister network of this project that works in Africa, that all the African continent. It's called, let me check, it's called Artificial Intelligence for Development in Africa, AI4D Africa. So they are working like in a similar approach to the network that we have, the Sphere network, but in Africa. We invited two members of this network to this session, but unfortunately they didn't came. They have technical difficulties, but yes, we are working this feminist approach is include women, include marginalized communities. So it's like also in a broad perspective. It's not focused only on for example, only on women problems. We are also interested in marginalized communities, for example, people that live in informal settlements or communities that are like abandoned from governments. And we want to implement different points of view using software. So, for example, how a community of Garífunas in Honduras resolve their problems. Maybe we could try to make an algorithm to work with that kind of problems, to find solutions in that way. So part of the idea that we want to encourage is like technical people to be in contact with people from social sciences and communities, to listen a lot the problems of the communities, and to go out of the box and rethink how the technical careers teach. For example, how many women you read in the textbooks, how many black people, how many indigenous, how many Latinos. Always the textbooks, at least in Costa Rica, it's only is United States or Europe literature, no? Only authors from the global north. So maybe we need to rethink how we are teaching computer science in order to create different kind of projects. You have another question?
Design AI differently in order to satisfy the needs of those specific communities. But right now, those communities are undergoing great stress because their governments are using software, e-government software, that incorporates AI that they don't understand. So why are you just looking at one side? Because their lives are being impacted today by their inability to govern services.
Yes, well, it's we think that we put the focus on the communities because governments right now have a lot of power and they have like the partnerships with big tech companies. So we think that we have to build a resistance software, a resistance alternative, a digital resistance. And the only way to do that is to empower communities, work with technical people, work with people from humanities in order to, we have to go beyond the traditional way we use technology in communities. This also implies that we have to build confidence between these groups because sometimes, at least, for example, feminist movements don't feel comfortable working with tech people because tech people had a lot of biases, no? As I was mentioning, when we learn technology, when we learn computer science, we are learning a lot of biases and we naturalize that biases as part of the technical atmosphere, a technical environment. So we have like to rethink. We have to think again, how can we use computer science, but for our problems, for our communities? So I think that I don't have an answer, but our point of view is that we have to work with communities, not exactly with governments, no? In this point, at least. I don't know if we have more questions. No, you raise your hand first. I am sorry, I'm just going to say in the chat that we are
Thank you very much for this session and for the topic you chose. I was wondering, for the proposals, the criteria of people applying to you. Are you looking for researchers that already had research before? Are they practitioners? Are they PhD students? What kind of participants are you looking for?
we are very open on what kind of participants. We are not exactly looking for experienced researchers because we want to encourage first of all communities that work with researchers. We want to work also with activists. It's not necessarily an academic focus. When we say papers, it's not exactly an academic paper. Could be like a dissemination paper, but we want a little bit of rigorosity, on how to focus on or to explain what the approach is going to be to create this technology. So the papers are very implement oriented. But yes, we encourage all kind of groups. The most important part is, well, a condition is that the principal investigators must be from the global majority, the global south. That's a must. They can work with a researcher from the global north, that's okay, but the main, the principal investigators should be from the South. In these three regions, Latin America and the Caribbean, Northeast, North Africa and Middle East, and Southeast Asia. And we encourage that the researchers work with communities. That's very important for us, but there is no specific requirements. Okay.
Hi, may I ask whether I can ask a question to one of the speakers?
Yes.
Okay.
But I need to
Okay.
provide them the question because they are not listening.
Okay. So my question is to the speaker from Thailand, Sorai. I'm sorry, I can't remember his last name. Suraj. Okay. Okay. By the way, this is my question is, okay. I'm very impressed by his emphasis on non-Western perspective and the intellectual resources from the global South. And one of his points was to use AI to the process of decolonization. And I would like to know whether he can give any specific examples in this regard. And my second question is actually to you, or any other speakers, if possible, is can you tell us about the common mistakes that applicants who send the proposals in the past few years often made so that we can avoid making the same mistakes? Thank you.
Thank you. I sent the question to Sorash. Let me see if he, well, if he starts talking, I will just stop. Well, we have two rounds of call for proposals, and both were different. We are also learning in this process. It's part of this experience. It's like a very experimental process. So in the first two rounds, we were not so concerned about the important role of the communities. So we have like proposals that only have this like a lot of academic perspective, and they get lost in the communities. No, so we feel that that's part of the problems that we faced in this first year, but we are addressing that for the next call for proposals, including as requirement this participation of a community. So that could be one of the common failures of the project, but could be our fault, not the team's fault. Another thing that could be improved is that maybe some of the teams focus a lot on the technology. It's Soresh, because I sent a message to Soresh with her question, but he's not listening to me. I will say to him to go on. Yes, I think so.
Okay, I just got the message from Jaime. The audio from Jaime is not coming to me, so there is a time lag between the message from him. Example of the colonial AI, a very interesting, very good question. There can be many ways in which AI can be part of the decolonialization. One way is to look at the colonization as not only as political of a country on another country, the colonizer and the colonized. Another way is to look at this attempt at colonizing in a more subtle way. For example, in such a way that creates patterns of oppression or inequality, or the mindset that thinks that I am always on the disadvantaged side and there is no way to escape this situation. I think the more interesting and more important part of the discussion, discourse on the colonial AI is to find ways to get rid of this mindset, and AI could help
make this possible. And that's the challenge for us in the project. For example, as in the mobility for women project, instead of AI kind of, accentuating the existing inequalities, AI in this project is being looked at, is being worked on in such a way that will create ways to empower women so that they can feel safer and they can become actually safer. So that could be regarded as a way of decolonializing AI also.
Thanks, Sorash. And we have one more question over there. I think it's the last one because we are almost on time.
Thank you very much. I'm Emmanuel Yeda from Uganda, and I'm from African Union. My question is it's a question. My question is about is there a point there you have helped maybe those students who have applied for who have submitted in their applications in regards to their projects, is there a point you have helped them in protecting their ideas, because there is a way AI is confusing in form of protection of their those systems which are using AI. And then another thing is on the ground you find that there are students or people who have AI projects, but they are not yet aware about this form of application. Which strategy have you put on ground at least to improve on the awareness of the availability of these opportunities to these people?
Yes, I think that's very important, and it's the people that should address that problem are the teachers, the professors. We as professors have to work that issue, because the students are not aware. In a lot of universities, the students are only working to fit in the big tech industries for the big tech problems, and they are not aware of the community they live on problems.
You have actually I've come up with even with another question, because if you say that the professors, does it mean that it is only students who are supposed to apply, or even people who have their own, like a startup, maybe companies like that?
Yes, both. Startups, activists, students, professors, research groups. We are open to we are open in terms of participation. We want we are not closed only to certain public for participating in this kind of projects.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we are on time. I really appreciate your patience with all the technical difficulties we face in this opening session of the day zero. But thank you very much for being here. And in case you have any other question, I will be around here all the week. So have a very good day. See you. Thank you.
use. So as I say, Professor Jagona will kick us off with an overview of what the CMM is, as well as his organization, C3SA. And then we'll hand over to Chris, who will talk about Malawi's experience of conducting a CMM, both in 2016 and then again in 2020, I believe. And then we'll hear from Colonel Barros in Brazil through a translator, who will talk about Brazil's experience of conducting a CMM before handing over to the audience for a Q&A segment. And with that, I'll hand over to Wallace.
May I stand? I'm a teacher. I'm used to standing when I'm speaking. So once again, thanks for this opportunity, and good morning, everybody here in the venue and those online. As introduced, my name is Wallace Chigona, and I work for the University of Cape Town, and also a director for C3SA. I wonder if we can have the slides. Some okay. So just an overview of our C3SA before I talk about the CMM. So C3SA, the Cybersecurity Capacity Center for Southern Africa, is a research center at the University of Cape Town, whose focus is to do research on cybersecurity capacity in Africa. So we are focusing on the African continent. There are lots of other people who do cybersecurity capacity research in other parts of the globe, but we believe that other issues are contextual, and we being in Africa are better positioned to understand them and to engage them in much more holistic ways. So that's what we do. We've been around for about three years. So even though we are physically at UCT, our group is made up of actually 4 institutions. So the University of Cape Town, where we sit, Research City Africa, which is a think tank on ICT policies, also based in Cape Town, and the Global Center for Capacity or Cybersecurity, based in Oxford, and the Norwegian Institute of International Research Affairs, NOBI. So the 4 of us make up the C3SA. So as I said, we are part of a global constellation, right? So there are other people in there also doing something similar. So there is a group in Oxford coming alongside the rest of the world. So to say, we're focusing on Africa. I know you can say South Africa, but actually we cover the whole of Africa. And we've got colleagues based in Melbourne who cover the Oceania region. So our aim is to be the main or the entry point for anybody doing research on cybersecurity capacity in Africa, and also to coordinate and collaborate with other people working in that space. So I think that's just basically what I'm talking about. That we do a number of things. We do research, we do capacity building, we hold webinars and so on, and we do CMM, which is the focus for today. So today I'm not going to talk about our other efforts in capacity building, in research. I'll focus on talking about the CMM. So having said that, now I can talk about the CMM, which is the focus of the panel today. So the CMM, the Cybersecurity Maturity Model for Nations, is a model, it's one of the models, is a model for assessing the maturity of a country in terms of cybersecurity. So we'll go to a country and we say, this country A, you are this mature. Right? It's kind of like a benchmark. It's a benchmarking exercise. So using one instrument, you can go to different countries and then you can provide the level of maturity for that country. So the way this instrument works is not that we'll come to a country and then say, Ethiopia, you are 80%. No. We're going to give I said we've got 5 dimensions, right? So those are the 5 dimensions. So it's a bit tricky to because the other ones are covered. So the top one is so I'll begin with a dimension one, which is cybersecurity policy and strategies. So we assess how far a country has gone in terms of cybersecurity policies and strategies. Second dimension is about society and cultural awareness and cybersecurity. Dimension 3 is on capacity building and knowledge. Dimension 4 is legal and regulatory frameworks on cybersecurity. And dimension 5 is on standards and technologies. So we do assess the maturity along those 5 dimensions. So I guess you could be thinking,
those are still like high level, they are a bit at high level. So what we do is for each dimension, we break it down into like a sub level, in what we call factors. So for example, if you look at dimension one, like cybersecurity policy and strategies, which focuses on where the country kind of look at the greatness and the ability and the quality of the policies in the country. So that splits into 4 factors. So I think what we have D1.1, D1.2, and so on. So for example, look at national cybersecurity. So is there a strategy in the country? At what phase is it? How good is it? So then we look at the incident response crisis. So we know cybersecurity the aim is to prevent. What if things happen? Are you able to respond to that? Look at the critical infrastructure. So this is looking at things which, if they broke down the country, it needs. So do you have a list of those things? Do you have measures in place to protect those things? And then the defense and national security is another dimension. It's another factor. So we've got dimensions. The dimensions are split into factors. But the factors are still at a higher level. So take a factor and then split it into what we call aspects. So as you can see, so like if I take critical infrastructure protection, for example. So there's identification, and the country being able to identify that these are our critical infrastructures, and then some kind of measures to keep them safe. And what's their impact? So it
into the aspects. So I'll not go through all the factors, the dimensions, in the interest of time. Dimension 2 focuses on the society and the culture. So are people aware of the security risks? What's their mindset? Are people taking precaution? What's the media like? So we focus on that aspect, and then we give you a score on that. Dimension 3 is more on knowledge and capacity building, right? So we'll be assessing, are people in the country getting trained? So we're looking at the civil service, the military, the universities. What kind of courses are there? Are they up to standard? And so on. Dimension 4 is on the legal and regulatory frameworks. So I know that some kind of be careful here, because lawyers say that there's no gap in the laws. But we're kind of saying, okay, you can use any law to do anything, but have you gone a step ahead and have specific laws and regulations pertaining to cybersecurity? We've got things about child protection online, scams online. So we are assessing whether we have moved past and are the people in that justice system equipped with the skills. So that's what we assess on this one. The last dimension, dimension 5, is about standards. Right? So we know there are international standards on cybersecurity. So we are assessing whether the country is abiding to those. Are they aware of those? Is the national kind of Bureau of Standards also monitoring cybersecurity like software and hardware? Are there some controls, so we do assess on those maturity. So to recap, we've said there are dimensions, there are 5 dimensions. The dimensions are split into factors, and the factors are split into aspects. So when we assess the maturity, we engage with the aspects to say, how far have you gone with each aspect? Right? So we could score a country at either startup, maybe it's there, it's kind of embryonic stage, or if it's there, maybe there are different stages, and if you are fully compliant, then you'll be scored on dynamic stage. Okay, so basically that's the same thing, that it's kind of like we've got a table, okay, if a country is doing this, then that's dynamic. If they are doing this, kind of like a checklist which we use to determine the score where to place a country. And it's kind of like sort of important to have this, because we do assess different countries and different people do the assessments. So if you're using one benchmark, it's much more uniform and much more consistent. I'll not talk about this, but just an example of the indicators we use to assess. Okay, so what's the process like? So the process often initiated by the country. So a country will say, we need a CMM assessment for our country. So we would then begin looking at that country. We kind of look at what we can find online or we can find in books about the country. And then the next stage is for us to go to the country and have a discussion in the country. So this will be done through focus groups. So we'll be meeting people from different sectors to gather information about the country. And based on that information, now there will be a report to say, this country is on this level. And further to that, now once we know where the country is and we know where they're doing strong or they're not doing strong, we're going to provide recommendations to say, for this factor, if you can do A, B, C, D, you could improve yourself to the next level. So I'm conscious of time. So the important thing is that the assessment is not overall, but it's per factor. So we know for dimension 1, factor 1, this is where you are. So don't give you one overall score. Okay, so I think I can close up. So I think important to say that CMM has been done by different people. It's been done for many countries, and the numbers are growing. I think we do some, like many in Africa, our colleagues do in other parts of the world. So I should mention that the CMM itself kind of gets improved all the time. We engage with people, with other stakeholders to get feedback on what's working and maybe what's not working and how this can be improved. So I think I can stop there, and then maybe we can engage further on questions later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wallace. I think we'll now move over to Chris and those controlling the slides. Do you have the clicker? It should just come up next.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, my name is Christopher Banda, and I'm from Malawi. I work with the National Set. So I'll make a presentation on the case of Malawi in terms of conducting the CMM, which, as Sam said, we have done twice, in 2016 and also in 2020. Yeah, can I have straight? Oh. Okay, basically the presentation will go through those points. Now, first we did the CMM in 2016. This one was facilitated by CTO, that's Commonwealth Trade Communication Organization, and is also sponsored by Foreign Commonwealth Office to government of Malawi. Basically, the key objective was to demand the current cybersecurity posture of Malawi, and also highlighting a series of challenges and opportunities in the country, and further to develop the national cybersecurity strategy aimed at addressing the challenges. It was a consultative process through a workshop and questionnaire, and this one, the major output was the development of the national cybersecurity strategy. Because at that time, we didn't have any strategy in place, so the issues which were raised, as he has explained, on those pillars, 5 pillars, and a strategy was developed to address those challenges. And also, it was further to look at to finalize and adopt the national cybersecurity strategy for Malawi, of course, to operationalize the national set, to improve cybersecurity awareness, and also operationalize implement of the e-transaction and cybersecurity bill, and also deploy cybersecurity certification program in the public university and all the colleges. Basically, at this time when we were doing the strategy, I mean the CMM, we had a bill in place on electronic transaction and cybersecurity. However, it took time to be approved. So I would say within the process, it was also a way of trying to communicate to the policymakers and also the member of parliament to look at this bill critically so that it can be quickly be passed in parliament. Well, I think the top one, the heading is not really being seen. But now, in terms of stakeholders who are consulted, there were all the private sector, public sector, academia, and also finance sector. As he has put that you target a specific group to look at their maybe their comments and also listen to them for all of those pillars which he has presented. So this is the sectors which were consulted when they were doing the CMM. Now, this is the second CMM which we did in 2020. It was funded by World Bank. Of course, we have a Digital Malawi project. It's a World Bank funded project. And also a consultant from the World Bank which facilitated the assessment. Main objective of the exercise was to enable the country to understand its cybersecurity capacity posture, as indicated previously also, to strategically prioritize investment in cybersecurity capacities, and also to outcome was a report with recommendations. Again, it was a consultative process and online due to COVID situation. This one we did in 2020 when there was COVID, so mainly the consultations were online. And I remember we had about 15 sessions, different sessions having targeting different sectors and institutions. If those were some of the institutions which were consulted in the second exercise. That's public sector, private, finance, academia, and others. Basically, the finding of the second one on cybersecurity policy and strategy, this strategy dimension of Malawi was assessed as startup to established. Basically, this was looking at from the previous assessment which we did in 2016. Culture and society, this one was judged to range between the startup and also formative stages. Because there are different stages where you can be graded depending on the activities or the issues which you have been addressing on those pillars. Then on cybersecurity education, training and skills, This one revealed that trainings and skills capacity in Malawi ranges from startup to establish again. The point is, which look at the trainings, maybe the courses, programs done in universities and colleges related to cyber security. So this is how it was assessed. Legal and regulatory framework. Overall, the legal and legal capacity of Malawi was assessed as formative to establish. Look at now, it's formative to establish. It means we are at least stronger on that one compared to the other areas. And also standards, organization and technology. Malawi capacity in standard and organization and technology was assessed to range from still startup to the formative stages. Basically, this is maybe just graphically how we were rated in 2020 on all those pillars. The recommendations which were made, one was reviewing the legislation and the current strategy, improve cybersecurity awareness, introducing cyber training courses in higher education, strengthening the domestic law enforcement capacity on cybercrime, improving international cooperation mechanism to combat cybercrime. Basically, that's what I would share. And mainly what I would say that the second CMM which was done, indeed, it pointed a lot of things. And one of the issues which we have concentrated as a country is now to come up with a different legislation to address the same, like cybercrime, data protection, and others. And these have already been, some have already been developed. Maybe I wait just Parliament to pass, but it's a response to the report which was produced in 2020. Basically, that's what I would say. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chris. We'll now move over to our remote colleague who's joining from Brazil, incredibly early there, so a big thanks to him. Just checking, Luis and Colonel Barros, can you hear us okay? And are you ready to come in? Do we need to enable them, the microphone to be able to talk into the room? There we go. So we've got you on the screen, Colonel. I think we're just trying to get you hooked up to the mic here in the room. And then team at the back, if you wouldn't mind putting the slides back up to where we were. And then Luis or Colonel, if you could just tell me when to go next slide. I've got the clicker here. And I'll do it whenever you indicate. And with that, oops, we are ready for you to kick off. Please go ahead.
Ei, bom dia a todos, bom dia aqui do Brasil. Pergunto se me escutam bem.
Sorry to interrupt. I think we should have a translator. Can you please enable the translation function? So Luis, we should be hearing you. Please jump in.
Em condições, Luiz? Posso iniciar?
Sorry everyone, we might just need to give it a couple of minutes while we figure out how to get Colonel Barros's remarks translated from Portuguese into English for this audience.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning from Brazil. My name is Colonel Augusto Barros. I'm the Deputy Director for the Department of the Institutional Security Office at the President's Office, and I'll talk about our experience, our challenges here in Brazil in the area of cybersecurity. Next slide, please. Next.
Are you getting the one with map of Brazil on, Luis? We've currently got the map outlining the internet penetration and size of Brazil. Is that the same for you? I can't see the chat room, but perhaps you're on mute.
Although I understand that Brazil is an interesting
Louise, your remarks aren't quite coming through okay. Maybe it's a connection issue. Can I just check that you've got the same slide up in front of you, and as far as you're aware, everything's okay? Because if so, then it's probably just a connection issue, and you're not coming through properly.
Sam, this is Luis. Can you hear me?
I can now. Yes.
Okay. So Brazil is an interesting case study because in addition to the federal district, Brazil has 26 states spread over more than 8 million square kilometers. And each of these federative units has its own peculiarities in terms of climate and infrastructure. The Brazilian population is over 200 million people, and 81% of Brazilian households are connected to the internet. This is a very relevant piece of information because we understand that social media are some of the most important tools identified in Brazil as a source or a tool for crimes in Brazil. Next slide, please. When you think about the government, there are nearly 9,000 autonomous systems, but we also have previous slide, please. It seems that some participants cannot see the slides.
Okay, that's probably an issue with the online room. If Colonel Augusto, you have the slides up in front of you, then perhaps share your screen on the Zoom call. We've got the slides up currently here, and team in the back, if you're able to enable Augusto to share both the slides on the call and in the room, you can do that. Then please go ahead. So can we get Colonel Augusto permission rights to share his slides with the room, both here and online?
The Brazilian government has over 1 million civil and military servants, and this creates a particularly favorable aspect to address cyber incidents in Brazil. Next slide, please.
So we move to the next slide. It's now the organogram of the Information Security Department.
GSI is the focal point within the government regarding cybersecurity and cyber and information security. So it's divided into 3 general coordination offices. The first one is called CTI Gov, that coordinates cyber protection and plays an important role in addressing alerts and providing timely action, and is also a point of attention for Brazilian society. The General Coordination Office for Information Security and Management is the one that develops standards and regulations, and the one that deals with security and clearance, addresses and treats confidential information and provides for secure exchange of information. Next slide, please. So this type of structure enables us to provide one of the main outputs of GSI, and this is linked to each of the CMM dimensions. And the recommendations included in the Oxford report, they were clear and concise, and enabled us to develop actions to address and meet those recommendations. And CMM has proved to be a very effective tool to address the issues that were identified in Brazil for each of the dimensions. Thank you. Next slide, please.
We're now on the slide with lots of organizations and institutions pointing towards Brazil. I think there might be a slight lag with them loading online.
So I'll talk about some actions that we took based on the Oxford report. The government, through our office, the GSI, has expanded its dealings and its collaboration with international organizations that also deal with the same aspects, usually through MOUs. And an example is, for example, the OAS and a number of different organizations. And our collaboration work with all these international organizations and countries has added significant value to the work that we do in our department, and has enabled us to progress significantly, not only at CTIR Gov and also the other coordination offices. Next slide, please.
So we've now got the one with the National Policy on Information Security at the top, pointing down.
GSI has done significant work at a high level legal framework. We have also produced proposals and national plans to manage cyber incidents and also to provide security for critical infrastructure in line with our CMM. And this is now at the final stages of approval within the Brazilian government. Thank you. Next slide, please.
So now the slide with the strategic actions from the normative baseline.
In addition to the national plans that I cited, the National Policy for Cybersecurity is included in a bill of law that's going to be submitted to the Brazilian Congress. And it's also in line with what is proposed under the CMM. And some of these actions or some of the goals of this new legislation are to strengthen cyber governance actions, establish the centralized governance model, promote a participatory, collaborative environment involving or engaging the public sector, the private sector, and society, raising the level of government protection, raising the level of protection for national critical infrastructure, enhancing the partnerships between academia, private and public sectors, and society, and of course, raising the level of maturity for society as a whole in terms of cybersecurity. And this is, of course, our main challenge. Next slide, please. Another initiative in the case of Brazil that had significant impact was the creation of the Federal Cyber Incident Management Network, which is a sectoral coordination instance to address specific threats to these specific sectors and to provide a response through this organization, a more timely and appropriate response, and thus be able to provide a safer and faster service to society. It also had a very positive outcome in terms of the efficiency of communications of cyber incidents. Next slide, please. Still regarding regulatory issues at a lower level, we have started updating all normative instructions, taking into account emerging technologies. And it's important to bear in mind that if we want to be state of the art, we need to take into account these emerging technologies so that we can face specific threats to each sector. And that's why I said earlier that the federal network is providing significant support to these actions. Next slide, please. Well, we can say that there have been significant advances over the past 3 years, but still, there's still a lot to do and many challenges to face. In order to do that, it's important to understand that these actions are taken with a view to expanding our national and international partnerships, keep our regulations and laws always up to date, and address emerging or specific technologies, launch campaigns that enable us to provide increased awareness on this topic at different levels, and build capacity in our human resources, and try to establish processes and systems that are aimed at providing greater security. And this would increase our maturity and the resilience of our networks, not only for the government, but for society as a whole. In particular, for essential and critical areas and infrastructure, and this will benefit the whole of Brazilian society. Next slide, please. Well, that's it. I try to present a very brief overview in the time that I was allotted, and I hope that during the debate, during the Q&A session, I can clarify any issues that have not been clear. And CMM has been a very important partner for us, helping us to develop tools and systems so that we can put our action plans into action and consequently reach our cybersecurity and this expanded maturity in our cybersecurity. And in sum, we want to have a safe, reliable, inclusive, and resilient cyberspace, not only for the government, but for the whole of Brazilian society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colonel Barros, and thank you, Luis and Chris, for your translation services today. I will now move to the question and answer segment. I'll start with the room, and then if we have any questions come through on the chat, I have a colleague who will forward them to me on here. But does anyone have any questions for any of our panelists on what you've heard today?
Good morning, and thank you very much for everything you've shared with us. My name is Diana. I am from Jordan. I have a couple of questions, but I'll be brief. First, it's open to anyone to answer, but what do you do when the governments that you work with are in disagreement with your findings, when they don't find them something that they agree with? And then the second one, I noticed in the map that you shared of the countries that the only Arab state present was Tunisia. So I was wondering if you could share more on your experience with that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll take one more, and then we'll move to the panelists. I think that one was for you, Wallace.
Okay, hi. Good morning. My name is Mohammed Rodman from Nigeria. My question is to Professor Wallace. Thank you so much for the presentation. What are the factors in your experience in terms of the countries that are ranking high in the maturity index that they are doing right? You know, is it that the buy-in from the higher stakeholders? Is there a coordination center? Because it looks really complex in terms of managing cybersecurity for a country. Is there a coordination body that they have that made them successful? You know, because some of the countries that are really ranking low, maybe they need to learn out of that experience from the countries that are ranking high. Thank you.
Can I go ahead for my question? All right, thank you. So I'm Dauda from Senegal. I just have two questions. You talked about the Cybersecurity Center for South Africa. Are there any steps or requirements to set up one in West Africa? But no, we don't have any in West Africa. And the other question is, knowing that the cybersecurity maturity assessment is very important and is a key point on cybersecurity, can, like us, civil society organization or private company can move forward and implement that that part? So I mean the cybersecurity maturity assessment.
Thank you. I think we'll leave it there, and then we'll do another round of questions after. But Wallace, most of those were for you, so I'll let you start.
Okay, those are all interesting. I mean, this means difficult questions. So, what do you do when a country doesn't disagree with you? So, I think the important thing to note is that the CMM is owned by the country, not by the C3SA or other people who do it. So we are doing it as a service to the country. So I mean, I didn't show some other website. We can find lots of reports, but other reports are not there. So some countries choose not to put up their reports. Maybe they're not comfortable with the outcome yet, or the other political issues going on. So before we finalize the report, we engage with the country. Okay, this is our report. What do you think? So we go through that engagement, and we try to stick to the truth. So I mean, it's not going to change to suit a country. So I think what happens in most cases is that the reports are not published. So the report is there, but the country just says, we'll keep it, not publish it. In terms of the Arab states, I've got no answer to that. What I have to say is that SMM is often initiated country. So when a country wants to do SMM, then they approach a service provider and then who do it. So it may mean that there's been no uptake from the Arab countries to do a CMM. But again, I should emphasize that CMM is just one of the many tools. There are other tools which people use. So it's possible that the other countries are opting for different assessment tools. So maybe they're not opting for this one for whatever reason. Sometimes SMM is initiated by a donor. So what bank would say, for us to engage with you further, maybe can we have a CMM or whatever assessment? So maybe it may depend on the other factors which may not be pushing the Arab world into this. The other question was about can one set another center in other parts of Africa? I think so. I think one could. I mean, so far we have got 3 centers in Oxford, in Cape Town, and in Melbourne. I think what we realized, doing CMMs, especially north of Africa, was a cultural difference with south of Africa. I think so. I guess maybe people in specific areas could set up a similar center to do with contextual issues. The civil society one, so SMM covers different bits. Even civil society is part of the assessment. So I think maybe Chris was mentioning that in Malawi they had civil society as part of the people participating in this. In terms of doing the SMM, I think we were looking for an independent person outside the normal structure. So I think I've missed your question. I didn't get it. Did I answer it? What was your question? Okay. Yes. So, so this is a tricky statement to make. If you look at the CMMs, you see that there is a correlation between economic development and maturity. In most cases, I think the richer countries do better than the. But if I would have to pick a lesson looking at what we've done, it's the political will which makes a difference. If people at the top are willing to invest, because these things require money to set up a set, to do this policy. So if you've got political will, things have been working well.
Just to add on the first question, in terms of what should you do if we, basically the CMM is bringing just a debate within the country, because the views that are coming from the stakeholders who have been consulted, and then it looks at the country. So it's up to the country to look at what has been said and then move some steps. One issue which I want to say is I think CMM, the report, further helps to bring an awareness, especially to the policymakers, because you debate on the findings to look what the report is saying, and as a country, what should we do? So it's a report that can be used to negotiate with the policymakers to implement certain issues so that the country moves on. So mainly, a country can look at it and then debate. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Thank you, Wallace. Okay, we have 3 more questions in the room. And remember, the translators can relay any questions to Colonel Barros as well, if you have questions for him.
Okay, thank you. This is Chukwemeka from Nigeria. My question goes to either the Brigadier General or Prof. It's around, have you had experiences of subnationals running the CMM in any way, just to learn from that? Any subnational, whether from Brazil, because Brazil shares very similar experience with Nigeria in terms of the country's output and the federal and state system all being almost different from each other. So just to learn from that experience, any subnational. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the feedback. And I particularly appreciate the model that you shared with us and all the different factors that are involved in it in terms of assessing national cybersecurity maturity. My question, one of the questions that meant to us related also the question that you raised with regards to civil society, because when Chris mentioned the stakeholders that they engaged with in 2020, there was no mention of civil society. So I wanted to find out if there was a specific reason why civil society was not included, or maybe it was just omitted in the slide. But also to ask, because also that was linked to your area aspect that, you know, as part of the assessment, you engage stakeholders as part of focus group discussions, and I'd meant to also ask which stakeholders also involved as part of that assessment. But also to ask for both of you in terms of what's your position with regards to mainstreaming human rights and a human-centric approach to cybersecurity. And I'm asking this because I've noted that most states, particularly in Southern Africa, I work with the Media Institute of Southern Africa, so work strongly with countries in Southern Africa, that when they engage on conversations relating to cybersecurity and cybercrime, more emphasis is placed on national security and not on the human-centric approach. So what is your position in terms of mainstreaming that human-centric approach and mainstreaming human rights? And for you, Chris, is that reflected also maybe in Malawi's national strategy? Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have one from back here.
Thank you very much. Insightful presentations from Mr. Banda and Professor. Mine is on reforms for legislation. So I note that most of the times, especially in our jurisdiction, I'm from Zambia in that region, our focus is on legislation. But I feel there's a critical stakeholder that is left out when we are doing these assessments, or when these assessments are being conducted, and that is the judiciary. I say so because we've been talking about the other arms of government, the executive, which sets up these administrative processes. You talk about the legislature, which the lawmakers essentially. But constitutionally speaking, the body tasked for administration of justice as well as interpretation of the same laws we're speaking about is the judiciary. Where are they in the picture in relations to capacity building, in relations to cybersecurity awareness and interpretation of the laws that we're coming up with? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we'll leave it there for this round and then come back and do one more, including from the chat. But Wallace, if you want to kick off.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for the question. So I think for the subnational one, I mean, as far as I know, we haven't had, or our colleagues haven't done subnational assessments. So I think they've all been at national level. So that's what. But there's been, I think there's no reason why not to do it at subnational. The way the framework is designed, one could use it at subnational level. We have used the framework to assess a region, the SADC region, for example. So I think the way it's designed can be used at a lower level of government. Which stakeholders? So the way the stakeholder engagement works is that we have got a recommended list of stakeholders to say, for this dimension, we are looking to talk to these people. And I mean, that includes the judiciary, by the way. So the country, the hosting country will engage with the stakeholders to invite them to come to the meetings. So I think what we've seen, that the participation is generally good, I mean, especially from the civil servants. And I mean the other factors which affect participation, but I think participation has been generally good. We don't have many civil society attending, but they're included on there. And I've seen many and some of them attending and engaging. You're talking about human rights, administering human rights. So if you look at the Dimension 2, Dimension 2 talks about society and those issues. So that touches on human rights and human rights variation. Also on the Dimension 4, on the legal frameworks, that again speaks to human rights. So we've seen in Africa, where we have got experience, I think one of the human rights issues is the internet shutdown. Governments, I think when they're annoyed with somebody, they shut down the internet. So that pops up in our conversations. We've seen, I think, lots of variations via online or the opposition being shut down on online. So all those things pop up in the, maybe through dimension 2 and dimension 4. So those things will pop up in there. Yes, so I think my colleague from Zambia, so dimension 4 is focuses on the judiciary and actually covers the aspect of the judiciary, whether they are well trained, what laws are there in place, and so on. From my experience, we don't have many judges or magistrates coming to the discussion, but we do invite them, but maybe there are other ways we have to engage with them. But we get lots of lawyers coming, and they're often very vocal in most of the dimensions.
Thank you very much. Maybe on my presentation, I just put it like a general, like okay, it was a consultative process, but specifically I would say yes, civil society is very key, especially on the pillar is number 2 on awareness. So we also engage them, and especially, as I say, we had some sessions for the 2020, which even the 2016, we had a specific session for civil society again to have an input on the issue. So yes, that issue was considered, and even the report, things are being looked at from that angle. And some, even civil society, they have taken a keen interest to follow the issue on cybersecurity. From Zambia, I would say, yes, as Professor Chigona has said, is judiciary, law enforcement is a key issue. I'll give example from our strategy. One issue which has been put in place is to train these as an action point, judiciary, law enforcement. And even the previous assessment also looked at that, and we have planned some specific training for these categories like judges, prosecutors, and even the law enforcement. So it's trying to address that area, but anyway, it's an ongoing issue. I think the major challenge comes now in terms of the capacity within the institutions locally. You find that normally would want maybe to train someone who would go maybe abroad. I think as he has put, like maybe developed countries, they are more advanced in these areas. But it's an issue indeed which needs special interest. I'll give an example. Maybe I think you may recall Malawi had a case, I think, on election, and one of the issues which was came along was the evidence on the digital evidence. You find that, okay, I was so interested to listen to the whole case, but when it comes to this issue, all lawyers from the defense, and they just said, I will not comment anything, meaning they don't understand anything and other issues, even the judges. So it's a challenge that requires special interest on this area. That's why, as I say, there's an action point. I think we have planned some activities to start to address the issue, but it's a long-term issue, and it requires a multi-stakeholder approach to address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'm just wanted to check if Colonel Barros has anything he'd like to come back on that he's heard since the Q&A started. So do come in, Colonel, if so. If not, I have one question from the room and a question at the back there, and then a third one. And the one from the room, in fact, I think he's going to speak, is from Dr. Martin Koyabe of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. He says, Martin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I don't know whether you can hear me in the room. Thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Sam, and of course, for chairing this wonderful session. The panelists, whom I know very well, Christopher, Professor, and the Colonel. Mine is just to give a perspective, but at the same time also to ask the panelists whether that perspective is valid in looking at it. We've been working tirelessly within the AU and GFCE project on assessing the needs of each of the 55 countries in Africa, but at the same time looking at where we can be able to improve the gaps that we've identified. And one of the areas that we've seen is the issue around the UN open-ended working group process and how countries can be able to be involved in that process when it comes to issues cyber diplomacy and also issues on cyber nomination. So the question really would be, would that particular requirement be a metric that could be measured within the CMM structure, and what the panel thinks of this particular issue? Because that's one gap that we've identified within the study that we've had in the last 2 years within the continent. The other aspect is also the issue around building the South to South capacity, because as you mentioned, we do need experts who understand CMM. We need experts who can be able to help countries to forge ahead with the CMM. And what we are seeing increasingly is how we can get some certification of these assessors. So the question really would be, have we reached a point where we can have a certification process of the assessors so that they can conduct this process, whether in Brazil, whether in Japan, whether in the Pacific, or anywhere, you know, within the world, so that we can be able to get CMM more popular, especially in the Arab countries, as mentioned in the room. And then finally, it is the issue around the way we need to progress the ways the assessments are done. Here we have countries that have gone either in the second assessment, some of them are planning for the third, but I think right now we have, I think Malawi is one of the countries that has had actually 2 assessments so far. And the question is, when you conduct these assessments, then that means you are trying to review your posture for the last 4 years. There is also the issue around taking the impact of that particular process. Now, the question that I want to ask the panel is whether we should be able to include impact assessment as part of our assessment continuously, because when you come to the 4-year review period, you would want to see what was the impact of the cybersecurity implementation process that you had previously. And I'll give you an example. In Uganda, for example, in 2014, I was involved in the first CMM assessment in the country. And when we did an assessment 4 years later, it was possible to see that the implementation of some of the laws has actually improved prosecution of people with digital, let's say, misdemeanors and so forth. So therefore, impact assessment is a very important measure, and therefore the question to the room, and I know Professor, we've discussed this before, is where that can be done. But thank you again for this particular opportunity, and I also want to thank the panel and also for Sam for your very good chairmanship. Thank you. Bye.
You can hear me. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Koyabe. And we've now got another from the room, and then we'll take one more and go back to the panelists.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. My name is...
We will now move on to the next question. Looking forward to the future of a post-COVID...
Can I proceed? Okay. Thank you. My name is Mahajwini. I'm artificial intelligence researcher policy. I come from Tunisia, and I have a comment regarding my country. As you know, there are a coup d'etat happened in Tunisia last year, and since that coup d'etat, it caused a lot of political instability, human rights abuse, and cyber security. It was in somehow used kind of pretext by Tunisian governments to unlock our access to government's data. So since the coup d'etat till now, we cannot access to government's data, and we cannot do any kind of activity. In general, there are no any public participations and civil society engagements due to the coup d'etat and due to the new dictator regime happens in Tunisia. I hope that you can consider this in your presentations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And then we had one more question from the room. Where was it?
Good day, everyone. My name is Obiama. I'm from Nigeria. My question is to the professor. You mentioned the other time that some countries are not actually comfortable having their assessments been public. So I want to ask, in this instance, when such countries exist, and as a civil society organizations or probably as a private sectors, what roles can you do to assess this CMM assessment and get to probably advocate to get the government to do the needful when they are ranking low in this instance? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand over again first to Professor Gigona, and then to Chris, and then move to Colonel Barros, and then I suggest we leave it there as we're running up to time.
Okay, so let me begin with the civil society question. Or maybe the question is more what happens after SMM. So after SMM, we've got the report and give to government, and government then decides what to do with the report. We have got no powers beyond that. We may recommend or link government with other agencies to provide training, but we cannot influence what happens in the country. But moving back, before we do the report, there's the whole consultation, and often civil society is involved. So I guess maybe civil society can hold the government to account to say there was that assessment. What happened to that report? Because usually I think after an assessment, it's about 2 months or so, the report should be ready with the government. So if it's not coming out, I think civil society maybe should take it up with the governments to do this. And okay, that would be useful as part of the contribution of holding government to account. So another thing which happens, maybe I think partly answering to Martin's question and maybe the Tunisia question, after a report, and then people often have another assessment. So I said, why do people have another assessment? Sometimes I think it's that governments change. So I think often I've got a case where a government ordered a CMM or asked for CMM, you did it, and then that was given to the government. But then meanwhile the government has changed. Now the new government says we cannot use that report by the previous government, we want to have our own. And then, like in the end, from that, okay, the country hasn't moved, but we have another report. So if you check the two reports, maybe 4 years apart, you find the same things which were recommended previously are still happening. So sometimes there are other political issues which come into play. So maybe having this review or this assessment may help to force governments to act before the next one. So I do agree we need ways of not forcing, of nudging governments to act on the recommendations or to engage on the recommendations. I do agree. I think we need much more South to South collaboration on training. I think that would improve capacity. So the issue back to my colleague here about which countries are doing better, I think it's where people have got the training and capacity. So if I've got training locally on South-South collaboration, I think that would help with many things. So I think
thank you very much. Maybe I just want to also make a comment on the civil society. I think we're coming from different countries. One issue maybe I've noted within my country is lack of civil society who are doing advocacy on cybersecurity. It could be due to knowledge or whatever, but I think we don't have such strong civil society who can take government to task on certain issues, especially related to cybersecurity. Maybe so again, it's a new issue which is just emerging, but it's something that need to be considered, and then maybe things can be looked at from that angle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Colonel Barros, do you want to come in on anything we've discussed so far? If not, then we probably do have time for a couple more questions. But I'll pause for a few seconds just to let you jump in. Okay.
Yes, I'd like to comment on the questions.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The questions were all very interesting, and perhaps I could add some information about the Brazilian case, or based on the Brazilian reality, regarding the idea of involving all different spheres of the government, considering the size of Brazil, for example. We have been making efforts towards that, working more closely together with local governments. And during my presentation, I commented on the sectoral approach and the fact that our sectoral organizations or agencies engage with the states in Brazil, and considering the recommendations that we have received from CMM through the Oxford report, we expect to be able to share that information and that knowledge with the states and apply those recommendations to the specific realities of each state in Brazil. And as I mentioned earlier, each state in Brazil has its own cultural peculiarities, has its own infrastructure issues, including, for example, access to the internet. And the challenges may change as a result of that. And confirming what has been presented here today, these studies take into account all different scenarios, not only from a government perspective, but also from the perspective of civil society and academia. And in this context, the information that we receive is very rich in terms of completeness. And as I mentioned that bill of law that is currently being reviewed. The idea is that we'll have a national law that will apply to all different sectors in the country and all different branches of power. And the idea is to make sure that all these intentions and all these recommendations reach all different levels of power. And this would, of course, have an impact on society. Here in Brazil, we have been making efforts to get closer and work more closely together with civil society, because we are aware and we are suffering the impacts of cyber frauds and cybercrime, and this has been on the radar for the government and for a number of different organizations in Brazil. So we believe that these recommendations proposed by CMM, this is very important, and we are considering how to make sure that this applies to people's day-to-day lives, and also to raise awareness among the population and educating the population, so that when they use the internet or a number of different services online, that citizens themselves, they seek, let's say, a more secure approach, and they adopt secure behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Barros. So we do have time probably for a couple more questions. One there. Fantastic.
Hi, firstly, thanks to the panel for everything so far. Just one question on sensitive information. I wondered how you work with countries who have concerns over sharing information with you, and how you sort of mitigate that.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, so that's actually big. It's a big concern of many countries. They fear that their sensitive information will be go in wrong hands. I mean, especially I think on dimension 4, on security and those kind of issues. I mean, we've had countries begging to say, okay, can you do the assessment on the 3 dimensions only? I don't touch this dimension. So the first step is that the consultations are held in a closed room, and the recordings are secured, like, I mean, very secure, so that means they don't leak out. So that's one stage we do. So, and again, I should sort of emphasize that we don't actually assess the actual hardware or software in the country. So all the information we are gathering is based on the information the country is providing to us. So the risk of us touching something too sensitive is a bit minimal in the first place. So the other part is that whatever we gather, I mean, kind of, we go back to the country, say, country, we have had this information, this is our report. And they could say, maybe this part, can you not include it in the final report, which is going to go public? So I think we can engage with countries on those sensitive issues. We are aware that other things may be too sensitive to be in the public domain. But we are not touching any hardware or any software. We are assessing based on the feedback from the participants.
Thank you. Chris or Colonel Barros, do you have any thoughts about what you'd like to share on how Malawi or Brazil addressed information sharing concerns?
No, we didn't have any issue, as he has explained. Mainly it was asking people, maybe asking questions, and on those 5 dimensions. Basically, we didn't have an issue. However, how we're arranging maybe the sessions, let's say we are dealing with the law enforcement, maybe the security agencies, it means we'll put in a group, then we address the issues tagging to that. So our approach was more of sector-based, maybe interest-based, rather than the general. Like maybe the telecom operators, again, we group them, we ask them. So the debate was like in that kind of issues whereby everyone could be able to share information within the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And then finally, Colonel Barros, we're going to wrap up now. So if you have any remarks on that or anything else, then please do jump in. No worries. Go ahead.
Very brief.
Sorry,
And
go ahead.
I concur. I agree with what my colleagues have said. In the case of Brazil, the work of this CMM team was exemplary, and we did not face any issues of any sensitive information being compromised. And just adding to what was said, in our partnerships, in addition to signing MOUs and seeking partnerships, we also sign specific agreements on sharing classified information, so that we can have a common understanding of how classified information is treated. And consequently, this will enable us to try to process this information based on experience and on best practices regarding how this type of information should be treated without compromising Brazil or putting our partners at risk. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Barros. I think we will leave it there for today. Just to say a huge thank you for everyone to joining. I hope you found it a useful session. If you have any follow-up questions or something you'd like to discuss in more detail, then Professor Gigona, Chris, and myself will be around, and I can also put you in touch with Colonel Barros as well. But please join me and give our panelists a round of applause, and thank you for their presentations today.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
Commission, and I do hope that our colleague from the Commission is able to join us later on as well. Safer Internet Centers are operating in all the EU member states, plus Norway and Iceland, and also third countries where now the UK also belongs to. It's really nice today, as I said, that I'm joined by different colleagues from the different Safer Internet Centers to share more of the important work that they are doing within Europe, but also more globally. As you can see here, hopefully on the screen, Safer Internet Centers are composed of 3 different strengths, which is the National Awareness Knot, focusing on raising awareness and understanding of safer internet issues and emergent trends. They run various campaigns to empower children and young people. Most of you might be familiar with Safer Internet Day, which is a global campaign that has been celebrated for almost 20 years globally. So this is one of our campaigns where we have gone global, where we try as much as possible to connect like-minded organizations from around the world. We also, Safer Internet Centers also consist of helplines, which provide information and advice to citizens, mostly children and young people, but also adults, parents, and teachers. They're really a first-hand service if users are concerned about various different, also sensitive topics. You can see here on the slides challenges including, for example, cyberbullying and sexting. And then the third strength is hotlines, which hotlines are mostly dealing with child sexual abuse material, with things circulating in the darknet. They're working very closely with law enforcement, and as I said at the beginning, they're coordinated by our partners in HOPE. And then last but not least, also an important and fundamental part of the work that the Safer Internet Centers are doing also includes working directly with children and young people. So youth participation is a very, very important component. Also in the recently launched Better Internet for Kids Plus strategy that was endorsed by the European Commission this May, youth participation should really be put in the front line of the work stakeholders are doing in order to ensure a safer and better internet for children and young people. It's really important to include young people as much as possible, also in policy-making processes and also from an early stage on in decision-making processes. This is why most of our Safer Internet Centers are also very active. They have their own national youth panels. They're working directly with children and young people at national level, and we also give them an opportunity once per year to connect at a more international and European level. The coordination of the Safer Internet Centers, the InSafe network, is also summarized in the Better Internet for Kids portal. A one-stop shop for everything around online safety, media literacy, education. It's a portal that is that you can consult under betterinternetforkids.eu. The portal is structured in various different ways. As you can see here, there are different entry points on the portal, depending on which stakeholder group you're representing or which stakeholder group you're interested in. It also offers a resource gallery with nearly 1,000 resources where we showcase resources from the Safer Internet Centers. You will hear and learn about some of these resources during today's pre-event. It's a public portal. You don't need to use any login to consult these resources. They are free of charge and available also in many different languages there. As I said before, InSafe and InHope, we are also coordinating the annual Safer Internet Day, a global campaign, a day where we stand together and raise awareness about better internet for kids. You can see here on the slide that The next Safer Internet Day will be celebrated on the 7th of February next year. It will also mark the 20th anniversary of this global campaign. I hope you will all join us. If you check the Better Internet for Kids portal, you can also find more information about Safer Internet Day and who is coordinating this campaign within your country. As I said, it's a global campaign. It's not only European based. We have Safer Internet Day committees around the world, organizations that are really active on this day to promote activities at national level as well. The portal is an ever-growing portal. From our side, we are working every day on this portal to add new information, to stay up to date with different trends that circulate on the internet. We provide information for different stakeholders, as you can see here, really focusing on practitioners as well, but also on working with policymakers, academia, and also industry. All together very important players when ensuring a safer and better internet for children and young people. This so far of the introduction to today's pre-event. As I said, I'm delighted that I'm joined by various colleagues who are working in those national safer internet centers, that they have the opportunity to show you and showcase you more about the valuable work they're doing at national level. I also spoke briefly about the newly launched Better Internet for Kids Plus strategy that was just endorsed in May. I don't know if our colleague from the European Commission has joined by now, Manuela Marta. If someone from my colleagues who are joining online can just let me know if they can see her in the list.
I don't think so, Sabrina.
Okay, so I think she may have some problems to connect, which is really unfortunate, because before diving deeper into the work of the Safer Internet Centers, we thought important to also give an opportunity to share more about the Better Internet for Kids Plus strategy, which is a really important policy that has been endorsed this May by the European Commission, which will shape the work we will doing and also the Safer Internet Centers will be doing, that also caters concrete action points to different stakeholders, how to really implement and take action. As I said before, youth participation has been highlighted as part of this strategy. Very importantly, it's something that needs to be done, that young people need to be consulted, they need to be involved in decision-making processes, or also when, for example, new tools and apps are designed. I would suggest that we maybe wait and keep this presentation, if possible, until towards the end, just to see if our colleague from the European Commission will manage throughout this pre-event to connect, because of course she is very much better placed to run you through this deck, but to not lose any time in the meantime, I would say we start with the presentation of our Safer Internet Center representatives. And I've just put, this is just going through alphabetical order. So by no means, I'm now introducing Evangelia Taskalaki. She is working at Fourth, and Fourth is the coordinator of the Safer Internet Center in Greece. And Evangelia, the floor is yours. And just let me know when you want me to click through the next slide. I can do that for you.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Thank you also for the very informative introduction. Well, good morning and good afternoon to all the corners of the world, and also to Addis Ababa. My name is Evangelia Daskalaki, and I work for the Greek Safer Internet Center of Fourth. The operations of the Greek SIC started in 2016 under the coordination of the Foundation for Research and Technology, ELAS, which is one of the largest research centers in Greece with well-organized facilities. It has a reputation of a top-level research institute worldwide, and its headquarters are in Heraklion on Crete. There are three operational strands, as also Sabrina mentioned before, within the Greek SIG. The first is the awareness strand, which is the Safer Internet for Kids.gr in Greece. It is operating since 2016. The second is the helpline, helpline.gr, which is operating since 2012. And the third strand is our hotline, safeline.gr, which is the longest one, the elder one, which operates since 2003. The helpline of the Greek SIG, helpline.gr, offers support via telephone, email, and chat in cases of harmful content and conduct, such as excessive internet use, bullying, or exposure to inappropriate online content. It primarily addresses minors, parents, and educators, but it can also be consulted by the general public, industry, government, and public services. Then comes safeline.gr, which is a hotline for reporting illegal content and conduct on the internet. Last but not least is the Awareness Center, the Greek Safer Internet Center, Safer Internet for Kids, which is well known and established in Greece and facilitates awareness raising in Greece about internet safety, but also security. It has established strategic partnerships. One such important strategic partnership is the partnership with the Ministry of Education in Greece, with whose support the center organizes student competitions and conducts national surveys on the online activities of children in Greece. This partnership also allows on the online activities of children in Greece. This partnership also allows the center to keep an open communication channel with the public schools. And in addition, the center also receives an official approval from the ministry to teach and promote its materials in the public schools of Greece. Another strategic partnership of the Awareness Center in order to raise awareness in Greece is the Ministry of Digital Governance, and more specifically, the National Cybersecurity Authority in Greece. Together, we collaborate in the European Cybersecurity Month campaign of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA. We also carry out webinars in high schools and cooperate in the creation of educational materials. Last but not least is that the Greek SIG is trusted flagger partner of various online platforms such as Google, YouTube, Meta, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. In terms of awareness-raising activities, the center produces and organizes a range of materials and activities as shown in this presentation. So we create material for children, parents, and educators. Either it is presentation, leaflets, posters, videos, books, and so on and so forth. We do capacity building with news articles, newsletters, hot topics in our platform. We create lesson plans, both for educators, but also for students, for all educational levels, and for vulnerable groups. We conduct seminars, webinars, and trainings for students and parents and educators. We have created so far 2 massive online courses for educators and for students, which are uploaded in the Open eClass platform of Greece. We conduct national surveys about online trends, targeted both to parents but also to students. And we run various social media campaigns, and in some of them we also use influencers. In the last 5 years, Safer Internet for Kids.gr has received over 7.5 million page views, and 4 million of which were accumulated in the past 2 years of the pandemic. The website also received 1.3 million new users these last 2 years. The quizzes that we have uploaded in our platform have been used over 300,000 times. And in addition, we have created 380 videos that have been uploaded, informative videos, of course, that have been uploaded in our channels. Moreover, in 21 and 22, the Awareness Center reached 23,000 pupils through school visits, while through webinars, we have reached 3,000 parents and 9,000 educators. Now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Safer Internet for Kids created a dedicated webpage with tips for e-learning platforms, such as how to stay away from frauds and suggestions for quality time online and positive content. It also offered webinars for educators focused on issues as personal data protection during e-learning, intellectual property protection, and disinformation online. Moreover, the Greek Center carried out various work targeting vulnerable groups. Some of the highlights of these include webinars in sign language for people with hearing disabilities, webinars for people with and students with ADHD and the internet use, and seminars that were targeted to vulnerable groups like refugees. Being part of FORTH, we also conduct national surveys on a yearly basis. This surveys led to publication of 4 academic research papers the last years. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to youth participation, the youth panel of the Greek SIG consists of 27 members across the country, and it includes young people from small villages, from islands, but also from large cities, thus drawing a very comprehensive picture of the country. The youth panel also produced a range of videos on various topics, such as disinformation, body positivity, as well as videos to encourage talking about various online experiences with trusted adults. The youth panel also supported the center with the creation of leaflets targeting their peers, covering topics such as internet use during the pandemic and body image and influencers online. At an international level, the Greek youth panelists have participated in various activities, such as Big Youth Panel, the Internet Governance Forum from 2019 up until today, 2022, the Youth Summit, and the AI and Children's Rights Workshop organized by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, among others. Thank you very much. This was a small presentation of the Greek Safer Internet Center.
Thank you so much, Evangelia, for your presentation. I suggest that we move ahead with our next presentation, which is coming. We're moving now from Greece to Malta. I welcome Deborah Valasso. She is working for the emergency one called Be Smart Online, which is part of the Maltese Safer Internet Center. Deborah, I hope you can hear me. The floor is yours. And again, please to let me know when I should move the slides. Deborah, are you still with us?
Good morning. Hello,
Yes.
Sabrina. Thank you. Are you hearing me? Okay. So good morning. I'm Deborah from the Be Smart Online, which is a consortium made of different partners as the other Safer Internet Centers. We are also co-funded by the European Union, and the lead partner, next slide, please, Sabrina. The lead partner of our Safer Internet Center is the Foundation for Social Welfare Services, which is a foundation for child protection mainly, and among obviously the services offered by child protection, we also incorporate child online protection. Then we have partners such as the Office of the Commissioner for Children, the Ministry of Education, and also the Malta Police Force, specifically the cybercrime unit. The strength of this consortium is the collaboration. We've been operating for the past 12 years. We all have different roles. Mainly the Foundation for Social Welfare Services takes care of the Safer Internet Center, the helpline and the hotline. The Office of the Commissioner for Children is more specifically on organizes the youth panelists and works with the youth ambassadors. And with the Malta Police Force, we work particularly with the Child Web Alert hotline for the illegal content. So we have this memorandum of understanding with the cybercrime unit in order to be able to analyze the illegal content. And with the Ministry of Education, we have this collaboration, since they are the ones who produce resources to schools, mainly in the psychosocial subject, which is a subject which is offered to all students in Malta and Gozo, whereby we also have included the topic of online safety. And according to the different ages of the children, they receive different information. So for example, for the younger kids, you have digital citizenship and information about respect and cyberbullying. For the older children, you have sessions on sexting and protecting oneself online, etc. Next slide. As I have mentioned, we also do a lot of work with the young people, especially for Safer Internet Day. In fact, the last Safer Internet Day, last February, we have the video that we have produced for the actual day was produced along with the young people, and it was one of our youth panelists who actually edited and produced the video at the end. The end product was made by one of our young panelists. So we give a lot of importance to the young people in our consortium. And also when we create resources or awareness campaigns, we specifically ask them for what they're encountering in their environment. So if there's particular trend going on, if they have any ideas on the type of resources that might be more appealing to young people or to people their age. So it for us, the young people are very, very important. Next slide, please. As for the helpline, our internet helpline is incorporated in our generic helpline, so which goes by the number of 179, but it is also connected to the child helpline, which is the 116111. Being a generic helpline, we get about 16,000 calls per year. Obviously, these are not calls related to the internet or to online abuse, because anyone around the island can phone on this number for all kind of support. So they might be calling for domestic violence, child protection, mental health, all types of problems. We have incorporated the online safety calls since 2010. And there was also a very important milestone with the support line, because it used to be operated by volunteers, but since for the past 4 years, we have employed staff who are working on shifts, and the support line is being offered 24 hours a day with paid, with employed staff. We have seen this was a very positive move that our agency did, because even the people are more committed. We can offer them training, we can invest in our operators, and even when it comes to online safety calls, we can constantly update them about what is going on. And from there, then we get the internet-related calls. Next slide, please. Just a few statistics from the past years. obviously being a small island for us, having more than almost 700 calls which are online related is very important. But apart from this, being that we are a small island and distances are not such a big deal for not a big deal for us, we also offer one-to-one sessions to those who would like further support. So we invite them to our offices and we help them with situations, for example, of cyberbullying. We help them to keep the evidence. If there are instances where they need to follow it up with a police report, we support them in that. So it's for us, apart from the online, apart from the calls that we receive by phone, we also offer one-to-one support in person to those who would like to receive it. Next slide, please. As the globally, I think, and this reflected also in our helpline, cyberbullying was one of the top problems that we received. The calls, mainly 30% of our calls related to online safety were on cyberbullying. And this has taught us a lot. This has influenced also the type of awareness campaigns that we're doing. We are trying to focus more on cyberbullying and also on encouraging children to respect one another, on being empathic, on being in the other person's shoe, how, like, raising awareness about how would you feel if you are being bullied, how would you feel if someone that you know is being bullied, or your sister or your brother. So even the kind of awareness is focusing more on cyberbullying, since we are seeing that even from a younger age, children are using online means to bully others. Next slide. Next slide, please. I would like to share with you one of our awareness campaigns, which was this digital detox. It was exactly right after everything, all the COVID, the pandemic measures were going to be removed. And we encouraged them to do like a digital detox, since we were receiving many calls from also from adults, from parents telling us that the children are spending more time online, etc. So we encouraged them to do this digital detox campaign, whereby they had a mission every week. It went on for 7 weeks, and there was this mission where they had to do something offline and then promote it online, also to encourage some form of positive online content. And so, for example, in one mission, they had to draw a cyberbullying poster against cyberbullying. In another mission, they had to follow a recipe online and then document it to us via our social media page. This was very successful. We had aimed to have around 30,000 reach, but in reality, we got a reach of over 50,000. Children participated in it, and we had also very positive feedback from the parents, who told us that it involved their kids and they were happy about it, that it involved both the offline and also the online. And one last thing I would like to mention, something that we are currently doing. Next slide, Sabrina. Something that we have collaborated with this Maltese band called The Travelers. They have we met them. We gave them some case studies, and then they came up with the song called Simile. The song is in Maltese. It is a song which the basic message is that we are all similar, so we need to respect. We are not all similar. We need to respect each other's differences, and it is easy to stay sitting on your couch and judge others by simply moving your fingers. But you need to understand other people, etc. The video is also very it is very related to the message, because you have this girl who's being cyberbullied, and with every message that she is receiving, she's also getting physical scars. We are going to use this video for our Safer Internet Day campaign next 7th February, whereby we'll be doing the school roadshow to initiate the subject of cyberbullying with the kids, with young people, and use the song as well to for them to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for sharing all the work that you're doing in Malta. And once again, I think a very important and impressive work that you are doing, but also all different Safer Internet centers are doing across Europe and beyond. We continue our journey, and I'm also happy to welcome, and actually I'm handing over now to Addis Ababa because our colleagues Julia and Anna are with you on site in the room. They will showcase the work they're doing in Poland. As mentioned before, they are representing NASK, who is coordinating the Polish Safer Internet Centers. I hope Julia and Anna, you can hear me, and it's very good to see you on site representing InSafe in Addis Ababa.
Yes. Can you hear? Is it working?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Okay. So hello, Sabrina. Yes, we can hear you, and good afternoon.
I can hear you very quietly.
Maybe.
But I'm sure that's
okay.
fine.
Now it will be better. And yes, good afternoon from Addis Ababa. We are really happy to be here on site and to be a part of IGF in Ethiopia, and also to represent InSafe network as a Polish Safer Internet Center is really an honor for us. And yes, because Sabrina and our online participant can't hear you and can't see you. If there will be any questions or comments, we are really happy to gather it. Questions to us or to our colleagues.
Okay, now it's our time to present. It's so great to be here, both with our friends from the InSafe network, but especially here with the people on site. I'm not sure, Sabrina and the others, if you can really see the room, but we have a very high participation here, so thank you so much. Especially we are very happy because we feel this as an occasion to have lots of different partnership afterwards, because this is why we come here to come back with friends from Ethiopia, with friends from all over the world, because there are many options to cooperate in frames of Safer Internet Plus program, in frames of the Digital Europe program, and in frames of such a huge events like a Safer Internet Day. Just if you could let me know, do you know the action, the Safer Internet Day? Maybe any of you organized already in your countries? That's the event that is approaching. It will come in February. So really feel very warmly invited to join this effort, because it's an all over world effort to pay attention to kids' safety online. Our colleagues already described a little bit the centers, and we work very similarly. This is the strength actually of the network, that we try to deliver the same services in all European Union. We joined in Poland, we joined the InSafe network as soon as we could after we joined the European Union in 2004. We joined in 2005. We started cooperation with the InSafe network because, as you all know, internet has no borders. So it's really so difficult to work on kids and young people's safety if we don't cooperate internationally. So we were so happy to be able to join. And we, of course, deliver all those main services that the network is delivering. So we have, maybe Sabrina, if you could share the slides.
Unfortunately, someone took away the rights for me to do that.
Okay.
So if organizers could please give me back the rights.
So I will speak, and maybe somewhere in between the slides will appear again.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So we deliver all those main services. We have hotline dealing with illegal content, especially with the child sexual abuse materials, but also racism, xenophobia, so those illegal contents that we have in Poland, but as well the content that is not appropriate for children. And it operates at NASK, so we work as Polish Safer Internet Center, consists of two organizations. There is a research institute, National Research Institute NASK, and we represent NASK and some more colleagues that are with us. And also in the consortium we have NGO, so non-governmental organization, Empowering Children Foundation. And as we have the, we together do the awareness part, we do all those educational materials. And then at NASK we have hotline dealing with the illegal content, and in the foundation we have helplines. And what is really, really important, and what we are very happy about also, that our helplines, we have two helplines. We have a helpline for children and young people, 116, 111, and then 800, 100, 100 for adults, so for parents, teachers who have some problems, challenges with the internet threats, and they operate 24 hours, 7 days a week, which is very, very important for us, because we feel we can really, really come with help for children. And also we give opportunity to come offline, because not, as you know, not all parents, not all teachers are like okay with dealing with such issues only online, so we also give them opportunity to come and to talk about their problems, kids' problems. This number of helpline is, of course, this most important number for the cyberbullying. Like all over the European Union, this 116, 111 is this formal telephone number for helpline. Talking about dealing with illegal content, now we would like just to share, one issue that is rising in Poland, but also unfortunately all over the world. So we can see more and more self-generated content, so the materials, pedophile materials done by children by themselves, but of course children being manipulated by the adults. As all the centers, we cooperate with all the most important stakeholders in Poland. So we have advisory board. We meet a few times a year, because it's as I said, it's impossible to work only nationally, but it's also we have to work internationally, but it's also not possible to work alone. So we have to have a huge alliance of partners, and we try to cooperate with everybody who is also like us, willing to have kids safe in the network. So we have all those biggest companies like TikTok, Google, Meta, but we also cooperate a lot with the government, because it's also so much important to have one voice talking about the regulations and new policies that we are now very, very strong involved in Poland to change also from this legal point of view. And we were asked actually to choose, like to pick one topic that we'd like to especially share with you, because we all have only 10 minutes for the center. So we wanted to focus on the youth empowerment, something that is so much aligned with the new strategy, Better Internet for Kids Plus. We want not only to make kids safe, but also to empower them, to make them feel really, really involved. And now I must say that today in the morning there was absolutely fantastic youth summit meeting. There is Emilia, she's coordinator of Youth IGF in Poland and very active here. So this young voice must be heard. Of young adults, but also of those teenagers. And we would like now to focus on those teenagers that we cooperate with, and just to share with you some ideas how we work with them.
Yes, Sabrina, can you give us the next slide? Yes. So, as Anya said, we do like really a broad range of activities. So now I'll present you only one. So that refers to empowerment and involvement of young people. And when we are talking about this activity, it is worth mentioning especially our youth panel that was established in 2010. So it is older than 10 years now, and at the moment we have young people from 12 schools from across country, and this is a kind of platform of communication for young people. We meet regularly to discuss with them their experience, their needs, their fears and habits, expectations they have online. We discuss with them emerging trends to really know what is now in the agenda, and actually we try to involve them also in selected activities that we are undertaking nationally or internationally. For example, they are part of our Safer Internet Day conference. They take part in our discussion panels. They took part in our international conference that is organized annually in Poland. For example, this year our young panelists took part also in Brussels in Safer Internet Forum, which is a very important annual event that is organized for key stakeholders to discuss children's safety online and solutions to make internet a better place for children and young people. We discuss with our young panelists also our educational materials, activities that are addressed to their peers, also media campaigns to prepare them in a really authentic way. And what else? Actually, the idea of this youth panel is not only to work during our meetings, but also to multiply the efforts on local levels. So our young ambassadors, young panelists can come back to their communities, to their schools, and to be ambassadors of these issues locally at their schools. And yes, next slide, please. And another very important and I think inspiring activity is Digital Youth Forum, which is organized within our center by our partners, so Empowering Children Foundation. This is a conference that has been organized since 2016 for young people. So this year it was organized in June, and the idea and aim of this activity is to inspire young people in the field of creative and safe use of new technologies. So among speakers there are mainly young people, young activists, young influencers, young developers that owe their success and popularity to their activities online. And for example, sometimes there are really inspiring stories. We had young people that presented very difficult situations from their life. For example, their struggle to overcome cancer or anorexia or depression, and somehow new technologies and their creativity and activity online became a way to tame their disease. And during Digital Youth Forum, we try to provide high accessibility. What does it mean? So each conference is, during each conference we provide translation into sign language. Also this year, due to the war in Ukraine and the fact that almost 4 million war refugees from Ukraine crossed Polish borders, also the conference was also translated into Ukrainian. And actually young people from 81 school classes from Ukraine took part in this activity because it was recorded online. It was the online transmission was also provided. And also during this activity we try to provide equality. So among young speakers we have also young ambassadors that support diversity among their peers. And this year this conference was participated by almost 400 young people on site and 6,000 people online. And among these people were also young people from Ukraine and of course more than 160 school classes from Polish schools. And yes, next slide.
Okay, and now we, just for the end, we would like to share also one educational initiative that is what we done with children, with their involvement of our youth panel, and dedicated for young people. So we asked in spring our youth panel, when we had a meeting with them, what topics are especially important for them, like what topic they would like to focus on in the coming months, especially this year when there is a Young People's Year in the European Commissions. So what they would like to be focused, and they came with us with those topics. So they would like to know something more about the relations, how to cope with the online and offline world. They have all the groups on the messengers. They have many conflicts that comes from online life to the offline life. So how to manage this life division that they have. Then they wanted to know how to play safely, how not to get addicted, but in the same time really be a gamer, because of course they are gamers. They wanted to know how to be really creative online, because sometimes we all think like it's kind of a stereotype that all young people are so creative online, but not really. There is really a low percentage of young people who really create something, really are authors, not just the receivers of the network content. So how to be creative, but also in a legal way. Then they want to know more about dark aspects of the network, and here, especially NASC, like we have a computer emergency response team working at NASC, so we have lots of experts dealing with the security issues. So we also wanted, of course, to take this topic on board, and they also would like to know how to learn efficiency. So they feel like the technology distracts them; they can't concentrate. So how to be still surrounded by all those smartphones and the digital technology, but be able to focus on what they need to be focused, like on the education or some homework they have to do. And these were the topics that they came to us, and then we arranged webinars for them, and they are actually taking place at the moment. So we did 2 webinars last week, now they are 2, and then we have another 2, so 6 different meetings, and in each we have also a young person being a panelist, and we have an adult expert and a moderator who is moderating this discussion. And we promoted, because it's really hard to get to teenagers actually with the educational materials. It's something like really a huge effort. So we of course promoted to them, but also we promoted to schools. So we promoted as an online lesson that the school can take part in. Especially that these are topics that sometimes are really difficult for teachers to take on. So they do it as an online lesson. It's a 45-minute live webinar, but of course it's recorded, so then they can always use it also afterwards, not necessarily live. Yeah, so I think these are...
Yes, actually the last slide with some context to us, and actually we really invite you to visit our YouTube, because we have like a lot of English version of our materials, and especially very good presentations and speeches from our international conferences. So it's really worth visiting. And thank you. I give the floor to Sabrina.
Thank you so much, Anna and Julia, for your presentation, and also for giving us some testimonials live from Addis Ababa. It's so unfortunate that we are not able to be there with you in person, but I do hope that in the future the InSafe network will be fully represented on site again. We have 2 more presentations for you, and we do hope this is really useful for colleagues being with us, and be assured that there's also some time at the end for you to ask us some questions. We'll now move on to Sofia Rascado from the Portuguese Safer Internet Center. Sofia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Good afternoon, Addis Ababa. I hope you can hear me well. As Sabrina mentioned, my name is Sofia Rasgado, and I'm the coordinator of the Portuguese Safer Internet Center, and I'm very happy to collaborate in this workshop with all my other colleagues. To start, I would like to give you a brief presentation of our Safer Internet Center. We are a consortium built both by public and private organizations and coordinated by the National Cybersecurity Center, which complement their work towards a safer online ecosystem for all. Our mission is to develop a culture of a safer and healthy, empowering citizens, and to contribute to fight against bad content and illegal content available online. This being said, I would like to address the main point of my presentation, which will focus on some of our best practices resources by target group that are available on our website and in the platform Better Internet for Kids and can be downloaded free of charge. Next slide, please, Sabrina. Starting with children, nowadays children grow up surrounded by technology and develop from an early age the ability to be online alone. Today, more than ever, it is necessary to alert them to the risks and at the same time make them aware of digital safety. Thus, Zigzag.net podcast was launched in 2019, combining entertainment and education. Zigzag.net podcast is part of the Portuguese public radio online programming, and it was possible due to the direct collaboration between some of the partners of the Portuguese Safer Internet Center Consortium. In February 2022, the second season of Zigzag.net podcast was launched. Throughout the new 33 episodes of this season, children are given a set of advice that contribute to the development of their digital skills. This new season was launched on the Safer Internet Day, and since February, each month, 3 new episodes can be heard online. The episodes of the first season were adapted into a book with 30 illustrations, which tell 3 different short stories. Over 9,500 copies of the printed book were sent to all the school, kindergartens, and school libraries in Portugal and Ireland. This resource reached 22,328 people through social media, and it was downloaded 574 times. This book is a contribution to the development of digital literacy among young children in Portugal, and it has been recognized by the National Reading Plan from the Ministry of Education, meaning that is also available on their website and is recommended for teachers to use it in the classroom. Another best resource targeted children are the 6 episodes of Focus Stories. Once again, with the partnership of the Portuguese radio television, it was possible to launch this series targeting children from 3 to 8 years. It is important to highlight that this series was broadcast in one of the highest audience segments for children and were also aired to Portuguese-speaking African countries through the Portuguese radio television for Africa. Next slide. Regarding youngsters, our center, in partnership with Me and the Others programs from the Ministry of Health, developed a video game that intends to create a graphic and interactive narrative, meaning that the narrative can take different paths according to the decisions of the players at the end of each segment of the story. The new graphic novel, created around non-substance addictions and the problematic use of the internet, gives the teacher the possibility of using the participants' smartphones to develop individual and group dynamics. The story focuses on the typical process of adolescence of expanding the social world and increasing the influence of friends, which can jeopardize family dynamics, triggering questions around loyalty to both parties. Throughout the plot, themes such as gaming, gambling, cybersecurity, social media, school dropout, and the answer to the problems resulting from these behaviors are worked on. It is aimed at young people between 12 and 18 years, and in a prevention perspective, it can be played individual or in groups. It can be applied in schools, juvenile association, or even in foster homes for young people. The program has an assessment protocol that involves the application of pre- and post questionnaires to the intervention and its comparisons with a control group. Last week, during the International Conference Lisbon Addiction, it was made a presentation about new problems, new approach, actions for the case of non-substance addictions for adolescents and young adults, showing the first results of the implementation of this resource. Next slide, please. Concerning digital parenting, in 2021, we launched the ebook Parents, Children and Technology. Aimed primarily at parents and educators, it is divided into sub-themes, and the ebook provides in-depth information on childhood and parenting today, growing up with technology, importance of parental mediation, parenting styles on internet use, parental strategies for internet use regulation, tips for parents and children, and how to use our helpline. This resource reached 97,535 people through social media, and it was downloaded more than 3,000 times. Regarding senior citizens, Grandpa Online, it's an example of a resource that was launched during the COVID-19 confinement. It is a mini-series of 6 episodes that features the adventures of a grandfather and a grandmother and their grandchildren when dealing with the digital world. In an intergenerational perspective and based on humor, very well-known Portuguese actors address topics like privacy, social media, hate speech, and online dating. This series aims to promote the use of the internet among the senior population in a safe and responsible manner, highlighting the benefits and opportunities that technology offers for their well-being. Next slide. Since 2019, the National Cybersecurity Center has made available 4 massive open online courses, reaching out more than 92,476 people. Each of them deals with a specific subject regarding cybersecurity. Just to give you an overview, the Cybersecurity Citizen course is intended to all citizens, from those who do not have much experience in using the internet to the more experienced ones, since a recycling of knowledge in cyber hygiene can make the difference when it comes to the internet, which is in a constant evolution. The course Consumer CyberSafe provides some tools to do online shopping in a clear and safe way, like identifying if an online shopping website is safe, what is the most appropriate means of payment for a given situation, or what are the customer rights in the European Union. The course Cyber Informed Citizen is aimed at all citizens who consult information online. In this way, it is intended not only to alert to the dangers of an uncritical consumption of information, but also to share knowledge that helps citizens to verify if the information they consult online is true. The Cybersocial Citizen course was designed based on up-to-date literature and data from recent research, and describes the main social media platforms, highlighting the best practice in their use to improve cybersecurity and user privacy. Next slide, please. Last but not least, as Sabrina mentioned on one of our activities is the celebration of the Safer Internet Day. And this year, we launched the campaign Log Out to Abuse. As we know, online safety is also personal, physical, and emotional safety. So we decided to create an online content to alert about some of the forms of dating violence through social networks. The target audience is teenagers of both genders, since the issue of control as a form of violence is transversal to both gender and sexual orientation. In this sense, it was important to create gender-neutral message. With the support of the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality, the Directorate General of Education, Continent Food Chain, and the Lisbon Metro, the awareness campaign, which comprised 5 posters with different messages, was disseminated through social media during the month of February 2022 and made also available in the Continent supermarket and also in the carriage of the Lisbon Metro. With this campaign, we estimate to have reached more than 3 million people across the country. Also, for the dissemination of the Safer Internet Day 2022, a specific landing page was developed on our website that during the month of February had 16,544 views. So next slide, and thank you very much for your attention, and please, and Sabrina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Sophia, for sharing again a very impressive and important set of resources and highlighting really the work you and all the other colleagues are doing at national level with the different stakeholders, and also the resources that they are producing in very also interactive and tangible formats. To remind everyone who's listening to this pre-event, you can also find most of these resources on the Better Internet for Kids portal, and then of course also on the websites of the different Safer Internet centers. If you log into the IGF community again to read the description of our pre-event, you can find links to either websites. One final presentation before we're really happy to open the floor, and I see that we have a full room on site. We're really looking forward to receiving your question, is handing over to David Wright, who works for Southwest Grid for Learning, that represents 1/3 of the Safer Internet Center in yours.
Sabrina, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and equally a very warm welcome to all of you at the IGF over there in Addis Ababa. It's great to be able to participate again for another year, particularly talking about the InSafe network, but we look forward to next year as well. We'll be there again in person. Next slide, please, Sabrina. So, as Sabrina said, I'm David Wright. I'm CEO of a UK charity and one of the 3 directors of the UK Safe Internet Centre. So, you've heard some amazing insights to some of the national European Safe Internet Centres, and I'm merely going to add that in reflection about some of the activities of what is the UK Safe Internet Centre. So, we're a partnership of 3 charities within the UK, and we've been very proud members of the European Safe Internet Centres, the InSafe network, since 2011. So now just over a decade old, and it has been this partnership of three charities, and we each operate parts of the different parts of the network. We now are funded, or at least co-funded, by the UK Domain Registry in the UK, following clearly the decisions of the UK, and as Sabrina said, now no longer a European member state, but we still continue very much to participate, to contribute within the InSafe network. And again, like all the other European Safe Internet Centres, we have 3 parts. Next slide, please, Sabrina. So the first one we're going to focus on really here is the Awareness Centre, and so we do a whole series of activities clearly to do with raising awareness within and across the 4 nations that make up the UK. These are merely just some of those particular activities, and I'm going to start off really with Safe Internet Day, and that's obviously the primary purpose that we engage and we share information with the IGF, and have done since going back to 2011, 2012. So Safe Internet Day from a UK perspective, it is our single day of activity, single day of limelight that we get, and so we always measure impact in terms of evaluations. This year, 2022 Safe Internet Day, we managed to reach 54% of children within the UK and 38% of children, and then we see some the impact particularly around those children who feel more confident to talk about issues online. We measure this as well to do with the number of supporters. This year we were supported by 3,424 different organisations. In terms of reach and downloads, we had nearly 1 million views of Safer Internet Day films and over 125,000 downloads of the education packs. So all kind of different metrics that we use to measure Safer Internet Day, and each year for the last decade it has grown year by year, particularly from a UK perspective. So we are now well into activities for Safer Internet Day for next year. And so I'm going to pick up on a couple of other bits. Project Evolve. Project Evolve is a massive project for us, and it looks at digital media literacy skills that children should have. For too long, we think we focused on the harm and exploitation that children can encounter online, and showing children films of let's say exploitation, so that if they recognise it, they can perhaps avoid it. But we realize that children don't learn like that. So it's much more in the same way that when you learn to drive a car, you didn't just merely watch films of car crashes. In terms of exploitation that happens online, clearly it's an important aspect to understand that, but not in isolation. So what are the skills that each and every age group should have online? And so describe that to do with at every age, and then provide activities and indeed assessment mechanisms around this as well. In terms of awareness raising, Online Safety Live is our program now that's been running 7 years and goes and educates professional development around online safety. We've reached over 27,000 teachers across the UK, as well as podcast information too. So podcasts that we've launched. We're very much supportive of peer support education or peer support programs, given that children will invariably only talk to their friends when it comes to when they encounter issues. And so digital leader programs, peer mentoring structures, peer support structures, we think are really important as well. I'm going to move on now to the next one, please, Sabrina. The second aspect around helplines. And this is actually one of our contributions as SWGFL. So we operate 3 helplines in the UK. The first one was launched in 2011, the Professionals Online Safety Helpline. We support those working with children around online safety issues. And again, we've seen a great escalator in terms of calls over that particular period. More recently, at the top there, we launched a platform in 2019, reportharmfulcontent.com. So this supports anyone over the age of 13 in reporting legal but harmful content. We took 7 years to build this particular platform, and we'll always encourage people, victims, those experiencing legal but harmful content, to go and report that to the platform. Indeed, there's where there's direction, some help and some confidence that the platform will actually provide. So if you want to report content on Facebook, here's where you do. If you want to report impersonation on Twitter, here's where you go. Now, if you've made a report to platforms, you've got a question, a query, or they're perhaps not taking the action you're expecting, you can then submit those details to report harmful content. The team will assess that. And if they think that content should have got removed, then they'll actually make representation and get that content taken down. And we take action. About 25% of the cases get sent to us. And when we do take action, we're between 89 and 92% takedown rate. So reportharmfulcontent.com. And finally, in this section, I want to just merely look at supporting adults. In 2015, we created and established the world's first helpline that supports adults who are victims of non-consensual intimate image abuse, the Revenge Porn Helpline. Now, this is having, from our perspective, the biggest impact during particular COVID. We've seen doubling of cases year on year for the last 3 years. In 2019, we had 1,600 cases. Last year, we supported over 4,400 people. Just going through removal of 300,000 images. And indeed, we've got a workshop tomorrow, in fact, around about this time tomorrow, on this particular subject as well. So workshop 71, you're all very welcome to, I can't not really plug this, could I, people? Please do come along to that workshop, workshop 71, the good, the bad and the ugly around online gender imbalance. We see massive gender imbalance in that case. Last year we supported 75% of all the people we supported were women. When we support men, on average, each case has 0.2 images per case. When we support women, on average, it's 12.5 images per case. So massive gender imbalance that we see, particularly to do that. And we're going to showcase as well tomorrow something called stopncii.org, the world's first device-side hashing technology to enable victims of those being threatened to post having their images shared online, with actually being able to prevent those images from being shared online. So there's a little taster. Come along to the workshop tomorrow, perhaps to find out more. Final slide, please, Sabrina, around hotline. And the hotline, this is operated by the IWF, the Internet Watch Foundation. Again, so like ChildNet and like Internet Watch Foundation and us, we're all between 20 and 25 years old as charities. IWF has, again, has seen an escalator in particular reports being made to them. So last year, you can see they received over 360,000 reports from the public that their analysts assessed each and every one of those. Of those reports that were made to them, they concluded over 250,000 of those reports actually did contain illegal child sexual abuse material. So as you can see, a massive increase from the year before. The big focus at the moment, which their analysts, having looked at each of those images, is around self-generated or those images being coercively created. And so as you can see, big rise. With something like 183,000 of those 250,000 images were actually self-generated or coercively created images as well. And so predominantly 11 to 13-year-olds, which you can see there, but increasingly, which they concluded last year, 7 to 10-year-olds featuring in those self-generated images, a rise from 7,000 individual images in 2020, rising to 27,000 in 2021. So massive cause for concern in terms of this big rise, and very much we would see that with the revenge porn helpline that adults are encountering exactly the same thing as well. So some really, really important work that goes on around the assessment, the analysis of these particular images and getting these content taken down. As you can see, 0.15% of that content being just hosted in the UK, but we take action, IWF take action on those, on each of those images wherever that they actually happen to be on, and report those, and also report those in through the amazing In Hope network as well. So wanted to afford some time for questions. So I think we've only got 5 minutes or so time for questions. Sabrina, back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. And once again, I would like to thank all my colleagues and also the European Commission for sharing the very important work they're doing at national level. As I said, these are really best practice example how these Better Internet for Plus strategy has been put into action, focusing on 3 pillars: child protection, child empowerment, and child participation, which is at the core of the work that we are doing. We still have some time for questions, and we are really thrilled to open the floor now to hear your feedback and your questions. Thank you very much. You see 2 pictures of us from previous IGFs. We are usually on site with you. It's still a massive regret that this year didn't work out, but we hope to be back. But I will just see with colleagues on site, Anna and Julia, to see if there are comments from our audience, and thank you for listening.
Yes, yes, we have one comment or question, so maybe I will give you a microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Dauda. I'm from Senegal, West Africa. I do appreciate what you presented. It is very interesting. But I have a problem because you mentioned that this program is for European people. And we are facing the same problems on the internet. Threats are raising more and more. And we do need those programs in Africa. So my problem is how we can manage to implement them in Africa. Because I myself, I'm running a non-profit in Senegal, and we are doing a lot of advocacy. We're doing a lot of raising awareness. We are educating kids, adults, professionals on cybersecurity and how they can stay safe online. Okay, so this is very interesting, and we did more. Recently, I was in Ivory Coast, and I created a very interesting game to educate kids and on digital aspects and on cybersecurity too, with some friends. Maybe I will have the opportunity to share that game. We call it Learn by Playing. So it is in a local language in Ivory Coast, Toleni Kalana. I don't know which language is it. So, and we have more ideas, like the materials that has been presented by Sophia. But we're stuck. We're stuck on funding, how we can implement those ideas. Even the game I'm talking about, how we can multiply it. So this is very important for us. So this program needs to be implemented in Africa. You're talking about organizing the Safer Internet Day. Yeah, we can do it, but we still have some challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Maybe you would like to address this question. It's a pity Manuela Marta is not here. However, I think the main idea of this session was to share with you the resources that we have, but also there are lots of opportunities to join the effort within the Safer Internet Plus program. But also we are here to be able to cooperate and to find some solutions to bring us to the network closer and closer. Sabrina, maybe you would like to add something.
Yes, thank you so much, Anna. I think what you mentioned is it's really important. So of course, this pre-event was just an occasion for us to present the work we're doing here in Europe. But as you have understood, is of course this is a global concern, and by of course financially speaking, this is really important. To have funding, and of course this is something that might be still lacking around the world, but of course on occasions like the mentioned Safer Internet Day, we would be more than happy to collaborate with you to see what we can do, and also the resources that have been presented to you. These are all open resources for you to take into account, for you to share at national level, for you to translate, to localize. I think this is what we're trying, and of course we are trying through events like the IGF to connect at a global level and try to find ways to help also organizations that of course we know how important funding mechanisms are. Of course try to support as much as possible in those countries where there are not these funding frameworks in place yet. As you have maybe also understood from the presentation, there are various different ways. Of course, the funding coming by the European Commission is really valid and very important, but there are also other ways, and colleagues on the call and also colleagues in the room have, I think, gave maybe some inspiration on collaborations they're doing also with national policymakers or industry partners. So I think this might have triggered some ideas, but we definitely would be happy to connect with you and also to see how we can support putting efforts and work forward in Senegal. And most importantly, we are very happy to give you and support your visibility of your action. As you have seen, the Better Internet for Kids portal and Safer Internet Day allows us to also give visibility to the work that is happening at global level on this matter. Of course, if there are any of my colleagues on the call who would like to add, please feel free to do so. And if not, just to see if there are maybe any other comments or questions in the room. I know we are running a bit out of time.
Yes, Sabrina, we have one more.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon for everybody. My name is Peter King, for the records, the National and Safer Internet Coordinator in Liberia. We have been at the forefront of doing hosting the Safer Internet Day in Liberia regularly. I mean, it boils down also as it is, as he was saying, my brother from Senegal was saying, at the level of funding or the need to fund or collaborate in terms of implementation. These are important in terms of how we want to create a platform to educate, to advocate, create awareness to our local people on the ground. So I'm adding my voice to him as someone who was already taking the lead in terms of having more than 4 events of Safer Internet Day in Liberia. We do believe that it has been very struggling in terms of not waiting for funding, but then to implement based on the need that more people in Africa, the level of digital literacy is very low. But we believe that with the level of advancement in Europe, and you have brought this very good concept that for me, we have signed up to it. We are on the map in terms of the Safer Internet is mapped by INSAFE, and we have been recognized as one of the hosts in Africa. And we believe that this is a very good initiative. The open source material we've been printing on our own and sharing it among students every year in February. the new core has come to us again. We're using this as a platform to appeal or to plead that, yes, it's taking place gradually, and we need to be embraced and make sure that we can reach more people in our country in terms of, least developed country like Liberia and any other African country that need to replicate such a good program to ensure that we can have our kids and brothers and sisters safe online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's really good to hear that you organized Safe Internet Day in your country, because in the beginning it was organized only in Europe, but it crossed European borders long time ago. It is now organized in more than 100 countries across the globe, so thank you very much. If there are any questions, yes, we have one more. If we, yes, we still have some time.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering how you deal with the refugee children and their safety online, especially that their challenges can be sometimes different. In Poland, people come from Chechnya and Ukraine and other regions, and the mental health is already drained of very young people. So I don't know if there are elements to your programs that address the situation, or are they addressed same as everyone else? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this question. Like from the very, very beginning, we hired in our helplines. You learned a lot about the helplines, so we give support for all the mental issues, all the issues coming from the internet threats area. So we hired Ukrainian experts, because together with children, many other people came, like psychologists, teachers, therapists, consultants. So we have now in our helplines people with Ukrainian language giving kids support, and we also translated all the materials that we could within last few months into Ukrainian. We distribute them in schools, and to all our events dedicated both to children and to teachers, we provide Ukrainian translation. So we had lots of teachers from Ukraine coming to our conferences, both online and offline, and they get all the resources that they can use. But it's actually it's a very difficult situation right now, and we try to search for support from all sides. We do what we can in the field of internet safety, at least.
Yes, but we are also looking for some partners in Ukraine. For example, during our September conference, international conference, keeping children and young people safe online, we had a partner from Kiev. It is a Ukrainian organization, Stop Sexting, and they promoted this conference in Ukraine, and it was also translated into Ukrainian language. So we are doing what we can, because needs are very high.
Thanks. There is a disruption with me. I will speak in French. I am Jonas Cyril Jondé. I come from Ivory Coast. Je suis manager programme en charge du développement des programmes des médias sociaux. Dans le cadre de ma question, nous on est très intéressés par ce programme, puisque chez nous, le ministère de la Communication et de l'Économie numérique, qui est conduit par le ministre Amadou Koulibaly, lance un vaste programme qui concerne cette thématique-là. Cependant, j'aimerais bien comprendre. Chez nous, en Afrique, et particulièrement en Côte d'Ivoire, vous avez en moyenne 13 millions d'utilisateurs d'Internet. Dans ces utilisateurs d'Internet, vous avez en moyenne 6 millions qui vont sur les médias sociaux. Donc de ceux qui vont sur les médias sociaux, 98% utilisent leur téléphone portable, mobile phone. 98% use a mobile phone to navigate on Internet. Le problème, c'est que la majeure partie des parents qui donnent le téléphone portable aux enfants ou autres ne connaissent pas les conditions générales d'utilisation d'Internet, les conditions générales d'utilisation. Donc vous vous retrouvez avec beaucoup d'adolescents qui sont utilisateurs d'Internet sans forcément connaître les conditions générales d'utilisation. Ma première question, c'est, dans le cadre de votre campagne chez vous, est-ce que vous avez connu cette problématique-là et comment vous avez réussi à sensibiliser pour pouvoir permettre aux parents de se rendre compte qu'une catégorie d'enfants n'ont pas droit à Internet ou n'ont pas droit aux médias sociaux. Deuxième problématique, c'est la problématique des signalisations sur les médias ou sur Internet ou sur les web TV à l'endroit des enfants. Comment est-ce que vous avez réglé cette problématique de signalisation sur les médias sociaux afin que les images qui passent, chaque utilisateur puisse se rendre compte que telle image, il n'y est pas autorisé en fonction de son âge. Donc voilà les deux questions majeures que je souhaiterais poser.
It's a big issue with the smartphones. I think Sabrina would be the best person to answer you in French, and maybe Sabrina can deliver some translation here for the audiences.
I'm
not
afraid
that
I
good.
cannot. I cannot translate and deliver my response in French, and we couldn't see the transcript, unfortunately, as well. So if you could maybe repeat the question. I understood something how we are informing the parents about the social media use of their children, if that is correct.
But I think that we have support
translator
here.
in the room. Yes. Make it more clear.
I'm not really great at translating, and I hope it's fine if I answer in English because my French kind of sucks when I speak. But I'm also a big youth ambassador. You heard a lot about better internet for kids, so maybe I just try my best. So by educating parents, we sometimes also try to do that via the young people, so that kind of like the people who are actively using it, and we learn a lot about the problems, and we try to also reach the parents via the schools. So yeah, just try to have the students teach their parents as well. So that is like one thing we are actively trying to do, because yeah, what you said is like a really big problem. But we see also from like the work we're doing, especially like in Germany, that some of the parents, they kind of, when like their children turn 14, they kind of stop caring so much about what they are doing online, because they say, yeah, I really don't understand what they are doing, so yeah, just do whatever you want. And that's something we try to sensibilize them. So I hope this kind of answered your question.
Thank you very much for your help. I think that here on site we have to finish, because there will be another session just in a few minutes. So from our side, on-site people here, we are really thankful that you are gathered here in such a big group. Thank you for your participation. And yes. And
thank you so much from us as well. It was lovely interacting with you, and wish you fruitful continuation of the conference. And as teased, we are hosting 2 workshops tomorrow, one on online gender-based violence and one on disinformation. So I hope you join us again to continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Hi, has the meeting started or are we delayed for a bit?
I'm also curious about this.
Okay, 'cause I don't know if they're sort of there listening to us or not.
Recording in progress.
Andrew, you're looking very CEO today.
Well, Vint isn't going to be here, so I felt that I had to bring my game up.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it. It sure ain't me. It ain't Milton either, from the looks of things.
I am but a humble peasant.
Yes.
I didn't know they had peasants in Chicago, Bill, but I can tell from the background that you've been working on the farm.
I have been laboring in the fields. Sorry, people, we're referring to our previous private conversation. Beijing, how are you? How's Beijing?
Beijing is good.
Yeah?
Good here.
You're not locked down?
Oh, well, we are always locked down.
It's just a permanent state of condition, I guess.
Yeah,
you can hear us okay?
Yes, yes, I can hear you very well.
I'm asking Dr. Mishra.
Oh, hi, Bill. Yes, I can hear you okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Just to make sure, sound checking everybody who's speaking. Hi, Niels, long time. So, and it looks like there's people in the room there. That's good. I received a message a few seconds ago from Henriette Esterhuizen, who is our on-site moderator, saying that she was going to be, that she's running a little late, but that she thought she would get there in time. But if she's not there in a minute or two, I will start it, and then she can take over.
Henriette is just arriving.
Once she arrives, get seated.
It looks like Wolfgang is there.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Wolfgang is there
here
and not seated at a table, and not on camera. Wolfgang, if you're hearing this, could you maybe sit where people can see you? Okay, he seems to want to sit in the audience with the microphone. I don't understand that. So all the online speakers are here, and all the on-site speakers are not. So what do I make of that? We have 25 participants, and it is the top of the hour. This is when we're supposed to be starting.
Bill, Henriette here.
Oh, Henriette, you are there. Where are you?
I'm here.
You're not on camera.
I'm sitting at the table. You've got quite a full room. I suggest you start.
Oh, you want me to start? Okay. But Henriette, could you maybe get the three of you who are there to sit in front of a camera?
I will try. So can I invite the speakers to come and sit here? And then it's easier for the camera person to keep us in focus. Well, I just need to plug
Henriette,
in.
your sound is very, very low for some reason.
I'm afraid that's out of my control. I think we have to ask the Zoom.
Wolfgang, could you speak for a second?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Barely.
Good.
Could you guys maybe talk to whoever's doing the technology
I
in
can
that
speak
room
louder,
and tell them
certainly.
that, yeah, because you're very hard to hear. Henriette, given the...
We're not hard to hear in the room, and neither are you. So I think we should just, whoever is controlling the Zoom, to see if they're able to do anything. Can the other remote participants hear us? They say they can. So someone in the...
We can hear you, yes. It's just that you're quiet. You're much quieter than the people who are online.
Okay.
All right. That being the case, then, Henriette, would you like to start?
I'm afraid not, because I have to plug in my computer because my battery is dead. So I would really appreciate it if you can start. Sorry, I had to rush straight out of another session. So, Bill, I would appreciate it if you can get us going while I set up.
All right, fine. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. This is day 0 event on internet fragmentation and concepts and their implications for action. I am William Drake from Columbia University, and I'm the sort of instigator of this event. I am the online moderator, and Henriette Esterhuizen, who's there in the room, will be the on-site moderator, and hopefully together we will be able to bring people into the conversation from both the virtual and the physical worlds. So just introduction. So I'm Director of International Studies at the Columbia Institute for Teleinformation and teach at Columbia Business School, and am a longtime participant in internet governance issues, including the IGF before it existed. Henriette Esterhuizen is Senior Advisor on Internet Governance to the Association for Progressive Communication and convener of the African School of Internet Governance, and walking around right now. She was the MAG Chair from 2019 to 2021. She's based in South Africa. Neha Mishra is an Assistant Professor of International Law at Geneva Graduate Institute. She researches international legal issues in the digital economy, focusing on international economic law, data flows and digital trade, and the interface of trade law and emerging digital technologies. Milton L. Mueller is Professor in School of Public Policy and the School of Cybersecurity and Privacy at Georgia Institute for Technology in the United States, not Georgia the country. He is the director. Somebody's speaking at the same. Could whoever's got their mic on turn off, please?
It's much harder to connect the rest.
Could people, whoever is having the conversation unrelated to the panel, please mute your mic.
Not only respected, but also preserved, and cannot be.
Can the host mute them? It's Siva.
More convenient or cheaper to use existing strategies, and of course have legal right to speak about this.
Thank you. Now you're muted, Bill.
This is fun. Yes, I just introduced Milton. Wolfgang Kleinvector, Professor Emeritus from the University of Aarhus, founder of the Summer School of Internet Governance, former ICANN board member, commissioner in the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace. Sheetal Kumar is the head of global engagement and advocacy at Global Partners Digital. Her portfolio covers GPD's policy areas, trust and security, online content, and emerging technologies. She is the co-convener of the IGF Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation. Andrew Sullivan is president and CEO of the Internet Society. He was appointed to that position in 2018, and he's worked on internet issues since 2001 and has been chair of the Internet Architecture Board. Peizhu Zhu is a professor and director of Global Internet Governance Studies. Director of the Global Internet Studies Center at the Communication University of China. His research interests include international communications, governance, and cybersecurity. He's authored 3 books on geopolitics of internet governance. Okay, so let me say a couple of words by way of background about what we're doing here, and then I will begin by throwing out some questions to the panelists to initiate conversation, and from there we will go around for 50 minutes or so, and then open it up to the floor to all participants to weigh in. I see we have about 45 people, so we should have a good basis for an interesting conversation. And again, Henriette, okay, you're back in place, but okay, fine. So Henriette's there, and she will manage the side of things in Addis. So just to frame this discussion for a few minutes, internet fragmentation is not a new topic, of course. Since the 1990s, there's been a lot of discussion about the tensions between territorial authority and the internet, borders in cyberspace and all that. But in the 2010s, the term fragmentation began to appear and be applied to government barriers and various technical misfires and so on. But there was really a boom of interest in the topic after Snowden in 2013, and a lot of debate about fragmentation and splinter nets and balkanization and the EU constructing a Schengen cloud and all these things. There was in this context then the Montevideo statement for the leaders of the ISTAR organizations warning about fragmentation. The Net Mundial statement that we all agreed in 2014 talked about fragmentation. Various people began to write stuff on it. The World Economic Forum ran a process that, well, I ran it for them for a year, and we did a couple of sessions in Davos and put out a paper with Bitsurf and Wolfgang and myself. Milton wrote a book about it, and so there was this growth. But now in the past 2 years, the topic has really exploded like crazy. Expressions of concern and calls to action on fragmentation have moved up the international political agenda. We're seeing statements and initiatives from the White House in the United States, the European Union and its members, the UN Secretary General, who's made it a central theme of his global digital compact discussions, various statements and analyses by internet technical community bodies, a flurry of academic papers, conferences, discussions, etc. A policy network in the IGF, as I mentioned, that's been formed to think about these things. And what's notable in all of that is that there's no consensus on what fragmentation is and is not. In fact, there's sharp disagreement and a lot of people talking past each other. It's a kind of a Tower of Babel type situation, which is familiar to those of us who are internet governance veterans. There's a lot of parallels, I would argue, with the internet governance definitional debates 20 years ago, before and during the World Summit on the Information Society, or WSIS. If you remember back then, people were talking past each other about what is internet governance from various angles. Some people had a very narrow understanding of internet governance as being just about the management of the infrastructure, particularly identifiers in the root zone file. And some people said, okay, that's ICANN. And then there were some people who said, well, it should be the ITU who does that. Then there was a broad definition kind of approach that included not just the infrastructure, but rules pertaining to the usage of the internet for information communication and commerce. And the sort of simple binary emerged in a lot of conversations of governance of the internet versus governance on the internet. And there's sort of the same kind of discussion happening today with fragmentation. A lot of people take a very narrow view that fragmentation only can apply to the term, to a total rupture of the technical infrastructure, while others take a broader view and see fragmentation originating from a variety of technical conditions and government business practices that block interoperability and data flows between willing partners and so on. So we have, again, this kind of narrow, broad debate going on, and it matters. How issues are discussed and institutionalized on the international agenda matters to outcomes, to real world behavior. I'll just give you 2 quick examples. In 2005, the working group on internet governance that was appointed by Kofi Annan to come up with a definition of internet governance, when we had our first meeting, the ITU Secretary General came and told us that we have to adopt a narrow definition, and that this by extension should mean that the ITU is in charge because it does infrastructure. But the WGIG instead adopted a report that had a broad definition, made clear that IG was multidimensional process involving many actors and institutions, and it only mentioned the ITU once in a footnote. And the whole kind of ITU versus ICANN aspect of the WSIS battle kind of abated after that. Similarly, today we have the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States is a very influential group of policy types, came out with a big report on confronting reality in cyberspace, foreign policy for a fragmented internet, that says that because of internet fragmentation, US policies promoting internet openness and freedom have all failed, and the U.S. should shift towards a great power competition mindset on all internet matters. But the report never defines what fragmentation is. It never says how strong it is, why it should, what exactly is being impacted by it, and why this means that there is no global internet and policies for openness have all failed. So, you know, the way people talk about these concepts can be consequential for action. So that's why we want to try and contribute, since this is fragmentation is the main theme of this whole conference. We wanted on day 0 to try to contribute to some thinking about fragmentation, to try to get people who have been working on these issues for a long time and have insights to share some thoughts that might help to frame the discussion going forward. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to do 3 rounds of questions to panelists, let everybody kind of weigh into the top, and then when we get to like the top of the hour, we'll open it up to the floor and get everybody involved. And Henriette, since you didn't get to speak, why don't we treat you as being a panelist as well? Whenever you want to speak to one of the questions, please just join the conversation. So let me ask the panel then to start. Let's talk about what is the state of the debate. There's all, as I said, there's all these expressions of concern, calls for action about internet fragmentation. What's your general sense of the current moment of this discussion? Why are we having this boom of interest in fragmentation right now? And is it useful and constructive? And in particular, what's the state of play and debate in your country or region or expert community about fragmentation? Because fragmentation is being discussed in a lot of different ways. Can I ask the panelists to please weigh in on that set of questions to get us going? Who would like to start?
I will.
And could you just use the raise hand function? It's easier. Okay, Milton, go ahead, please.
Sure. So I think it's very clear what the state of play is now. I think the reason this fragmentation so-called debate doesn't go away is based on the argument that I made in this book, 5 years ago. And that is that the fragmentation debate is really one and the same with the so-called digital sovereignty debate. So it's not about diverging standards or technical fragmentation. It's not about walled gardens by private actors. That isn't happening. The internet identifiers have not split. We still have an integrated DNS. Everybody's still using TCP/IP. So what is it really about? It's about a counter-revolution against the globalizing tendencies of the digital political economy. On the one hand, you have this incredible technical interoperability that was created on a global basis by not just the internet protocols and identifiers, but we have an integrated market for software, for semiconductors and digital devices. And this global compatibility gave rise to a global division of labor in ICT production, to a distributed and integrated digital ecosystem, and up to now it's fostered free and open trade in information products and services. Now, counterposed against this is the territorial state, which wants to border and control the digital ecosystem. They do this in the name of national security or to protect the subsidized favored constituencies, to gain an advantage in military technology, or to engage in espionage. So in my view, the fragmentation debate means answering this question. Do we want to continue to foster the globalized exchanges, competition, and innovation enabled by this global compatibility? Or do we want to impose the kind of customs borders, taxes, military checkpoints, nationalistic attitudes, and barriers to trade associated with traditional nation-state governance?
Okay, so for you then, to the extent that there's a discussion about fragmentation, it's only about state policy, it's not about commercial practices, and it's not about technical incompatibilities or coding problems and things like that. Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I agree with Milton that there is a significant part of this that is just the attempt by nation states to sort of reimpose their framework on the networking environment. I think where we disagree is the idea that this is not merely, or this is not, this is perhaps related exclusively to nation states. So I've been thinking a lot recently about what I what I've started to call, sort of networking autarky. This idea that you can be a self-sufficient network of any kind, and you kind of build a wall around it. And that is true actually of a number of private efforts, as well as a number of nation-state efforts. But all of them really amount to the idea that you can sort of intranet alone. And this is a silly idea, right? Like, it's a terrible, bad idea, but it's one that seems to have set into our discussion, that you can sort of carve out a piece of networking life, and then you can have it all on its own. And I think that idea is what's underlying all of this debate. But I think it's quite a toxic notion, because of course networking sort of depends on interoperation, and we appear to be at the moment where we're trying to give that up.
All right, thank you, Andrew. So corporate behavior is in the mix for you. Neha?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what was already discussed by Milton and Andrew, and I do think that digital sovereignty is often a framing for many of these issues. But at least from a legal perspective, what really interests me is how a lot of domestic laws and regulations are trying to interfere with the internet, not always necessarily to fragment the internet, but with the idea of establishing sovereignty. And I think a lot of people discuss about data localization measures, and they can be for a variety of policy objectives, and some of them do actually have some impact on the technical infrastructure, in the sense that there could be some requirement regarding routing of data through, maybe not routing of data outside the borders of the country. So I think that's one interface that is also quite important to understand. My claim is not that different regulations mean fragmenting the internet, but it also requires some consideration of how governments are trying to frame different kinds of laws and regulations. So I'll just give you one example, that of Cambodia, which recently they passed a decree where they said all internet traffic has to be routed through their national internet gateway, which is controlled by the government. And the idea behind this is purely domestic regulation. They want to control the kind of content that comes in and out of the country. But it's not here just about regulatory differences, but it also affects to some extent the infrastructure, the universality of the internet. So I just wanted to flag that as well.
Thank you, Neha. I think what we're doing so far, though, is giving our bottom line views on fragmentation rather than addressing the question of why now exactly and what's being discussed in your neck of the woods. So it'd be nice if we could try to do a little bit of both of that. I am not seeing, by the way, Paige, I'll come to you if you want. I'm not seeing the panelists who are there in Addis on the screen. I don't know why.
Wolfgang is ready to go, Bill, and I was going to emphasize what you just emphasized. So far, the panelists have not really answered your question. So I hope Wolfgang and Sheetal will. Wolfgang's ready to go, Bill.
Okay, it'd be really helpful. Oh, there, now I see you again. Okay, Wolfgang, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And
the
key word was used by Andrew, it's the interoperability. So I think the beauty of the network which emerged from the 1970s and 80s was that everybody could communicate with everybody. And now we have 5 billion people online, and this is more or less still the unfragmented technical infrastructure of the internet. Bill has referred to the Tunis agenda when we had this differentiation between the technical layer, the development of the internet, and the policy layer, the use of the internet. 20 years ago, the main debate was on the development, on the critical internet resources, domain names, IP addresses. But now I think the big bubble is on the policy layer. So that means the time has changed, and so the relationship between the technical and the political layer has also changed. On the technical layer, we have still the philosophy, one world, one internet. But on the policy layer, we have one world, 190 jurisdictions, or one world and 10,000 different companies, which have their walled gardens. And that's the problem, how you organize the relationship between the two layers. So I think the tremors of the 1990s and the early 2000s was that the technical layer will influence the policy layer, so that we will move into a harmonized world. But what we have seen the last 20 years with all these political conflicts, that now the application layer moves downwards and threatens the technical layer. And in a worst case scenario, you could imagine that you have also on the technical layer 190 national segments. And then you could have a situation like we have in the travel world. When you move from one country to another country, you need a visa, entrance visa, or a permission to leave your country. So in the internet world, it could be that you need a special password if you want to send an email to another server. So the world is full of idiots, and some people could, Andrew said it's a very, very bad idea, but do not believe that bad ideas are impossible to implement. There are people in the world who want to implement such bad ideas, and insofar, I think events like the IGF should make a wake-up call so that the public understands the threat which is in the air to undermine this incredible achievement that 5 billion people can talk to each other and on the technical layer. So the good news is that both the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, which came out from the White House, and the white paper, which was published in Beijing just 2 weeks ago, use the terminology interoperability as an important element. And as long as this is safe, and the big two cyber superpowers agree on this, so we have some hope. But let's wait and see how this will be further developed.
Thank you, Wolfgang. And everyone, please, if the panelists could try to stick to around 2 minutes, it'll be easier for us to get through the agenda and then open it up to the floor. There are people already raising their hands, itching to get into the conversation, but I'd like to get through the panels first. Peijie, did you want to say something?
Yes, Bill. I think there are these different metrics. One is the narrow kind of metric you have mentioned, and it's about the technical aspect of it. I'm still using this term to talk about fragmentation. However, I'm observing in China that a lot of my colleagues are using the term fragmentation to talk about data. I think Mishra, you have mentioned about this. That is about a trend to legalize the digital space. I think that is led by European Union, as the digital sovereignty notion talks about. And Wolfgang has mentioned, for example, about one internet or one world, 193 jurisdictions. I think that notion about data means that the internet has already been fragmented, unlike the technical part of it. I'm also observing, for example, in China, we use the word to talk about the ideological division of cyberspace. For example, dividing the vendors, the equipment provided into trustworthy or untrustworthy providers, and also dividing the applications into trustworthy ones and non-trustworthy ones. Of course, that is not a Chinese notion. That is represented by the the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. So there is a kind of ideological division. And Wolfgang has mentioned about the white paper that China has published. That means that a lot of my Chinese colleagues are supporting actually the ICANN system, the technical aspect of it. But we are worried about all the fragmentations in the different layers. Bill?
That's very interesting. Good to get a report from Regi, because so much of the discussion fragmentation that I hear is driven out of the US and Europe. So I'm really curious to hear about how it's being discussed elsewhere. I can't see the panel again who are there, but I know that Sheetal and Henriette are on the panel.
Yes.
Do either of you want to weigh in on this point?
She's ready to talk. Bill?
Okay.
Why are you not on camera? I don't get it.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, but
All
I can't
right,
see
with
you.
that, thank you for having me. Bill, you mentioned that this topic has suddenly burst onto the scene, and I think, you know, if it's been in the past few years, we also have to remember in the past few years we've had another big thing that's happened to us all, namely the pandemic. And I feel like one of the reasons that this discussion has become so much at the forefront of discussions at, well, the IGF and also elsewhere, is that we have become more dependent on being online. More people have become more dependent. At the same time, there is this, we have seen an increase in attempts to control user access, and that's taken away control from users themselves. We've heard examples of that. It's happening through policy, in particular, and I think it's an opportunity. You know, when you ask, is this a good thing? Is it not? I think it's an opportunity for us to defend and promote and re-articulate the values that we want to see expressed by internet governance, by policymakers, by commercial entities, indeed by all, because there is this underlying assumption, whether you think of the internet as social media experience, you know, we've all heard people say, oh, the internet's gone wild because some celebrity has posted something. I mean, it's not the internet that's going like that, right? But it's people, and that we think of it that way because it's such a human-centric technology by its very nature. So even if you don't agree with that perception, it is ultimately about that. And as we move, or people cannot use it in the same way, in that way it was envisioned, and as more and more people cannot, and as more and more people have that taken away from them, I think it becomes more of a question of what do we do about that? And we have heard examples of how the technical layer continues to be a space where, in theory, or rather in practice, really, data flows data can flow, it can interoperate, all of that is well and good and functioning. But if in practice, and if the experience is not that, and increasingly not that for many, then we will continue to have this conversation in this way. And I think we also heard an example of how there can be perhaps inadvertent changes or ways that the internet is evolving, including to ensure that more people can get online, where those perhaps values or different visions of the internet that we're seeing more at the policy layer, if we want to call it that, could also I think you were mentioning that, Wolfgang, we could also see that at the technical layer. So I think we're having this conversation now because we're all so dependent on it, but we're also assuming and desiring that it maintains that vision of being an open space where anyone can connect to others, and that is changing, and that's how people feel about it. So I hope that's okay to start us off, Henriette.
And Sheetal.
Thank you very much, Sheetal. You know, I think what in particular you flagged there that's helpful is sort of the notion that for a lot of people, fragmentation is about user experience, about what's going on at the sort of layer above the protocol stack of whether or not people are able to exchange data and so on, which raises questions about, you know, how do we think about blockages of the internet? Some people think blockages don't constitute fragmentation. Some people think they do. This is the point I want to come back to again. Henriette, do you have anything in particular on how it's being discussed in Africa?
I think the only thing I would add here is that what some people describe as manifestation of fragmentation just also often comes from a place of trying to find solutions for what is experienced as internet-related policy challenges. So I think Wolfgang expressed that well. How do you deal with data requests? How does law enforcement agencies deal with demands for user data that they might need to pursue a certain investigation? They might be very happy to follow rule of law. They're comfortable with rule of law. They even respect human rights, hopefully. But it's challenging. Similarly, issues of taxation. How does a country ensure that it generates sufficient revenue from the profit made or the operations of global internet companies within their jurisdiction. So I think that there's not always a space, it doesn't always come from a space of wanting to disrupt the user experience or wanting to fragment the internet as a whole. It comes from a space of trying to find solutions for what is experienced as problems that are often not very well understood, and therefore the solutions often don't really match the problem. And the result is this sense of a fragmented approach to internet policy and regulation.
But Henriette, if I can press you on that just a little bit, that sounds like you're opening the door to a very expansive understanding of fragmentation. If you're saying that people are talking about fragmentation because there are problems on the internet and they want solutions to all kinds of different problems, then isn't there the risk then that the term becomes a catch-all for all kinds of things that don't actually, in other understandings, fragment, segment, separate the internet into spaces, reduce interoperability, and so on?
I think it depends who it is that's talking about fragmentation. I think different actors and different interest groups are talking about a fragmentation in different ways that reflect their particular priorities. And you know, so I think if you are a company that wants to operate in a borderless world where you don't want to be subject to national regulation because you're a global company and it's extremely expensive and cumbersome and it doesn't really work on the internet, then any efforts to establish national regulation that you comply with, you are going to present that as fragmentation, because in a sense it does. It fragments your business model. It complicates your business model. If you're a human rights activist who's trying to counter internet shutdowns, because internet shutdowns it completely distorts the user experience, so does censorship, you're going to cast those as internet fragmentation. So I think we are in this limbo space at the moment where how people, and particularly how state actors, are thinking about the internet is changing, and we are using the language of fragmentation to try and describe our fears for what the impact could be of this changed behavior, particularly of states. Chantal wanted to react. I'm not sure if I answered your question, Bill.
I just wanted to say that I know we're going to talk about the policy network a bit more, but I wanted to say that in the policy network discussions that we've had, there has also been, as you said, Henriette, a continuous reference to the point that it's not always it's not always desired, you know, like the impact. It can be inadvertent, the impact. The point is that perhaps if certain set of situations arise, a certain amount of factors come together, then the impact can be of fragmentation, and that might be simply a question of unpacking that. And I think we are doing that in the policy network. We continue to do that. But the point is, it's not always something that is expected or desired. It can be a result simply of trying to do something to solve a problem.
Thank you. Sheetal, I think that's an important point. I mean, there's something that I know in the paper that I worked on, we talked about inadvertent kind of results, unintended consequences versus intentional fragmentation. And there certainly are a lot of people who talk about technical fragmentation in that manner of unintended consequences. But it seems like everybody wants to dig right down into the definition stuff more than the what's going on in my neighborhood. So let's really do that. Let's try and do another round about what exactly are we talking about here. When we talk about fragmentation, I mean, what are people's core criteria for deciding what, if anything, constitutes fragmentation? What is being segmented or fragmented from what? I mean, the notion of fragmentation implies something that was unified or connected becomes broken in some manner. So what exactly is being broken from what? How lasting and structural does that breakage have to be in order to count as fragmentation versus can it be just temporary or short-term kind of thing? So would you count, for example, if you're talking about blocking, isn't there a difference between a great firewall that blocks 1.3 billion people from using a range of apps, platforms, URLs, etc., versus a short-term internet shutdown because of political instability that's then restored 6 hours later? Does scope and duration matter in talking about blockage as a form of fragmentation? So what is the really core criteria of what we're talking about here? How do we define this construct? Can I go around the panelists again on this one? Milton, would you like to start?
Sure, thank you. So I do have an answer to that question. You know, I'm the one who really tried to formulate a very precise technical definition of what fragmentation would consist of, because you're right, we do have to pay attention to scope, duration. We can't just say because, you know, a backhoe cut my cable in my backyard and my internet service was down for 3 hours, that the internet is fragmented. That's not a systemic view of what fragmentation consists of. Likewise, there are people with perfectly legitimate concerns about other forms of fragmentation that are more products of market competition. In other words, somebody introduces a new version of a browser or some kind of modification of HTTP that leads to incompatibility on their computer. They maybe have to upgrade their software or something unpleasant like that. And that is something that, again, I would not call fragmentation unless, again, it is very persistent and leads to a fork in some kind of critical part of the infrastructural software that is running the internet and most of its applications. And I think we'd all agree that if we had a split domain name root, which people have been predicting for years and has never happened because it doesn't make any sense, we would all consider that to be a fragmented internet. But the reason I think I put so much emphasis on the jurisdictional and legal and political part of it is because that's what's happening now. That's what's really driving the debate. That's why this debate has hung around for so long. And, you know, it's not like this is one of these sort of liberal democracies versus authoritarian states things. We see some of the world's leading liberal democracies, whether it's the US, you know, imposing export controls, or the Germans imposing, you know, national level content controls. All states, by virtue of their status as states, are pushing towards a kind of a disruption of the global compatibility of the internet.
Okay, Milton, just to be clear, and I think your view is clear, but just for the audience who may not have heard it, so you don't count any of the business type stuff, walled gardens, things like that, as fragmentation. You do think there are concerns about government policies, such as the Great Firewall type thing, but you don't want to call that fragmentation. You want to call that alignment. And my question would be, if you have large numbers of people unable to access and use the internet, why is that not an example of fragmentation per se?
Well, if the large numbers of people are unable to use the internet because of government action, then definitely that does count as, you could call that fragmentation in my view.
Okay. Then I think your position has evolved a little. That's fine. Thank you. Andrew.
Thanks. So, once again, I both agree and disagree with Milton. The thing that I guess I sort of don't care precisely where we draw the line around what is fragmentation versus some other badness that we might, you know, want to characterize as a different thing. What I think the critical thing, anyway, for me, is it's really that fragmentation or any other sort of drift away from the internet and its fundamental approach of interoperating independent networks is a problem. So the internet has never been a unified thing, right? Like that is the idea that the internet is a monolith is a terrible idea. It's just factually false, and it's always been false. From the very beginning of the internet, the very earliest networking efforts, there were definitely pieces of it that you couldn't access from every other place on the internet, and that was, that's never been a weird thing. The difference is whether we agree that we're trying to interoperate more generally, or whether we're trying to hive off this or that part of networking for a given population, or for a given group of people, or for a given nation state, or for a given group of users, or whatever. And what I see as a more general problem is this drift away from interoperability as the primary, sort of impulse, and towards this kind of enclosure of users, of groups of populations, whether they're commercial users or whether they're citizens of a given country or whatever. And for that reason, I think that yes, for instance, a shutdown for 6 hours is on the spectrum of fragmentation. It's along that spectrum. It's perhaps not as bad as RUNet or whatever, but it is definitely within that direction. And it's this conceptual direction of are we moving towards interoperation, or are we moving away from it? And I think is the way to think about this, not a sort of binary matter. Am I bald yet, or am I fragmented yet? Not an interesting question. It's instead, am I getting balder? And the answer, by the way, is yes. And am I getting more fragmented? Also, in the current situation, I believe the answer is yes.
I very much agree with you on the getting balder part, but more generally, that fragmentation is, to me, not a binary on-off thing. There is a spectrum. There's a range of different stuff, and here Milton and I have a fundamental disagreement, and that's fine. And you also have a disagreement with Milton because he's saying commercial practices, enclosures, like you just said, don't count, and you're saying it too. Neha, do you have a thought for us?
I think I like the framing of spectrum. I think that's a very good way of capturing different views on internet fragmentation, and I do think it is beyond technical fragmentation. And I'd also like to re-emphasize my point that if governments could, they would use legal devices to also bring about some technical fragmentation, and they do, sometimes very unsuccessfully, but they do, and there have been consolidated efforts in the recent years and across the world. It's not specific countries that I'm talking about. One thing I'd like to highlight, and drawing a parallel from my area of work, there's this idea of fragmentation in international law as well. And the idea is that international law is getting divided up, and there are different kinds of international law that apply to different spaces, so to the economy, to the environment, to society. So I think that perspective is quite helpful in the sense that I think Sheetal mentioned about the user experience of the internet being very different, and sometimes in response to policy problems, but sometimes that user experience might give you a very specific idea of the internet being fragmented, and I think that might be a good lens to look at it as well, and that would tie up to Andrew's point as well. So for instance, if my entire world is the WeChat world, and that's what I think of as the internet, and that's not how the internet looks like in the rest of the world, just as an example, then that could also be an example of fragmentation. So the idea of spectrum, I think, is a very helpful framing device.
Thank you very much, Neha. That was very interesting. Since I can't see the panel, I'm just going to call Peji, and then we'll turn to folks in Addis, and the three there can just go across. Peji?
Yes, Bill. I think it may be useful to define, for example, the narrowest version of internet fragmentation, or we can call it Milton-Muller version of fragmentation, which refers to the separate rules and the associated kind of naming and numbering systems. I think I'm very comfortable with this narrow version. However, I think we can also imagine, for example, the broadest version of internet fragmentation, which may refer to, for example, the separation of the global digital system or ecology that consists of, for example, the supply chain of chips consisting of applications, consisting of cloud services, consisting of undersea cables, or consisting of in which country the tech companies are listed or where the data is stored. So I think we can also imagine the broadest kind of fragmentation that that is anyhow is a kind of exaggeration of the concept. Bill?
Thank you. Let's go again. I can't see the panel, but I know you're there. 2 minutes, please. Wolfgang, I'm just going to call your names out in the abstract. Wolfgang, do you have a thought about? My question was, what's the criteria for defining what fragmentation means? What is being split from what? What is being fragmented from what? You know, what can we drill down to a core construct about this?
Okay, sometimes it's good to remember history. So I think in the 1990s, the question of fragmentation was the alternate route. But the problem was that the legacy route had millions of users, the alternate route had just 10,000 users, and so the alternate route collapsed. Then in the 2000, the French government introduced the idea of an object naming system. They said, okay, the DNS is for the Internet of People, but with the growing Internet of Things, we need an additional and alternate system. And so they introduced the ONS. Remember Bernard Benamou and GS1 and all this. And I think it was during the IGF in Nairobi in the year 2011, 11 years ago, when we had a very intense debate about the Internet of Things and the ONS, and we finally agreed, and even the French government accepted this, that the Internet of Things is just an application on top of the DNS. So the DNS, TCP/IP protocol, survived this effort. Then Russia introduced in the WICIT conference in Dubai 2012 the idea of a national internet segment. It was not adopted by the ITU, but a lot of confusion was, what is the national internet segment in a globalized infrastructure? So Russia was unable to explain it, but adopted a law which allows Russia to decouple from the global internet. It's a stupid idea, but certainly they can do it if they think it's useful for them, but it would not have affected the global internet if Russia decouple itself. Now in the Ukraine war, the Ukraine minister wrote to ICANN and asked it to take .ru and .rf and .moscow out of the root. And fortunately, ICANN, was very clear that they support Ukraine and understand their position, but they didn't do that. And they said, okay, we are a neutral steward of the critical internet resources, and we will not split the root or take some out of the root and contribute to a fragmentation debate. So that means these are some historical experience which show that things are happening, but at the end of the day, as Milton has said in the beginning, we have still the TCP/IP protocol, we have the DNS, and it's working. So even the new IP proposal China introduced a couple of years ago in the ITU is now more or less, I would not say off the table, but it has taken an interesting development. Now, Chinese papers speak about the certain special networks on top of the DNS, or to manage the weaknesses of the DNS, latency, security. So for autonomous cars, for instance, probably, or for surgeries, you need special networks. But these are special networks, and is not mean to the fragmentation of the internet. Insofar, sometimes it's very natural that you see the emergence of special networks on top of this. So this is not a danger for the internet. The real danger would come if you would undermine the interoperability. Thank you.
Thanks, Wolfgang. Let's see, Sheetal, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I wanted to just bring in the policy network at this point, because we have been having these discussions, and I would say that it was full of chaos and fog at the beginning, and perhaps still is in some ways, but what we have been trying to do is listen to everyone and distill from that an understanding or conceptualization of what could constitute fragmentation. And I think that as we develop that, and I encourage those of you who can to come on Wednesday to the Policy Network session, which is at 9:30, we are seeing the user experience aspect there, as well as the question around what does fragmentation at a technical layer look like, and is there some sort of intersection around that, and how does the governance of the internet impact both of those aspects. And so what we're trying to do with that, I think, is also what we're going to get to, and I've been hearing this in the discussions, the webinars that have led to this distilled-ish framework, is the need to be more specific about what combination of factors, scope, duration, what point on a spectrum would we then qualify something as an instance of fragmentation. It could be, on our last call, someone mentioned, perhaps when it comes to user experience, it could be a combination of measures that collectively result in separate ecosystems of applications and use that mean that you don't really have access to the global internet in practice. So collectively, separate things then result in that. I'm not saying that that's what we're going to come up with and agree on, but there's something around scope and duration and spectrum you've all spoken to, which I think will come up there. So I think we have come to this more middle ground position, perhaps, that we intend to take to you all on Wednesday. And of course, there are other ways to engage with this and hear from you as to whether this is a helpful framework for understanding the issue, and of course, working on it and developing solutions where we collectively feel that we need to.
I think group efforts to try to sort things can be very helpful. That's what happened with the internet governance definition too, in a way. So hope this goes well. Okay, finally, Henriette.
I think we should open the floors.
Okay, we can do that.
There are several people who'd like to contribute.
We've got a half an hour left. I do see that there's some people, there's been a hand over here from Siva for an hour, and I see people talking in the chat as well. The only thing is I would like to try to make sure that we at least get some input from the panelists on the sort of Lenin question of what is to be done. What should stakeholders, civil society, technical community, private sector be doing? What should governments be doing? What's the role of international institutions and agreements? So I hope maybe when we are responding to points raised in the open discussion, that maybe we can get some people to add some thoughts on that too. But sure, why not? Let's open it now, because there are people, and I also have noticed in the chat quite a few people, Dimitri and Pedro and others coming. So please, everybody, raise your hand, say who you are briefly, and try to limit yourself to a minute and a half actual question or something, and tell people who your question is to. Okay, Siva, you've had your hand up for an hour, so why don't we go with you?
Thank you, and I want to respond to your basic question. Why are we discussing fragmentation now? And so I thought 10 years ago there were signs of fragmentation. Today there are cracks. Tomorrow it would be broken pieces if we do not act. And so that's probably why it's time sensitive now. And 10 years ago, it was one or two geographies that were causing fragmentation. We were talking about China, Russia, but today something that many countries do, wittingly or unwittingly, leads to fragmentation. Even in the case of countries that have a good understanding of internet, it is some legal regulatory measures or taxation measures that unwittingly cause fragmentation. And particularly there is a sovereignty concerns and some sort of hunger for surveillance, which is also causing fragmentation. One particular point that I want to mention is that the internet is global. We want it to remain global. But there is no global legal environment in any geography for a global corporation, global internet corporation to function. And there is no global business zone or no offshore zone. And the absence of and even there is an absence of a global judicial process or an internet judicial process. These are all what is needed and what needs to be created by the community and the internet organizations to make sure that a global governance process is trusted and there is a suitable framework for global internet. The absence of a framework, absence of that is also a cause for fragmentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Siva. And again, I ask, if going forward, if when people take the floor, if you could identify yourself and try to keep to like a minute and a half. I see a lot of people in the room there in Addis, and I want to get people included. Henriette, are there any people raising their hands there?
Lots of people. If you give me a moment, I can give them the floor.
Lots of people. Excellent. Let's get some questions from
lots of people in the room.
Group there.
So I'm not going to give you a minute and a half. I'm giving you no more than a minute. So please, can we have this gentleman and then Rahul and then you and then the hand at the back. Go ahead. Please be brief. Introduce yourself. So we're getting assistance. Our volunteer is here.
Who's controlling the camera? Why can't we see whoever's speaking?
No one's controlling the camera, and there's no AI in this room, so.
So quickly.
Right.
Okay. So quickly, when
introduce yourself, please.
My name is Hossein from Iran. When we talk about internet fragmentation, we usually make examples of government's action and political authorities. What we have seen today about Cambodia, I think Shital mentioned, or about the National Gateway or 6 hours complete shutdown bill pointed out. But what if the global giants like Google, a search engine like Google, which has some sort of monopolistic power, decides for any reason to limit the results we see in its search engine for some specific region, for example, or they activate the safe search for some other countries, like what we have seen in some countries in Eastern Asia, or a satellite internet provider like Starlink. For some regions, they decide to give even somehow free access to internet, but for other regions, they limit it because they are negotiating with their governments. What is your idea of those region-wise discrimination of those global platforms? Do you consider them as an example of internet fragmentation as well? Thank you.
Thanks for that
Hussein,
question.
that was an excellent question. Henriette, let's just take a bunch of questions together, and then I'll go back to the panel to.
I was in the process of doing that, Bill. So just give me a little bit of time. I'll hand back to you when I've done with moderating the questions in the room. Rahul,
Great,
you have the floor.
See you.
That's fine. Trust me. Rahul, just
no, it's well done. Okay, no, it's just about what is not fragmentation. I think that's for me, fragmentation is when you get two different responses to the same action in different parts of the network. So this is as simple as that. And I'm really concerned about, I think I agree with the points from Milton about what he said. And what I'm seeing is that many law proposals in different parts of the world and law that had already passed that deciding about content removal or blocking, filtering, for different reasons that I will not argue here, but lead to actions that are not explained and are based in the way that are described, are based on a huge ignorance about the internet architecture. So it's just saying to the internet providers or to the platform, saying you have to remove this content. And in countries where there are hundreds of ISPs, the big risk is that the hundreds of different actions can be taken to lead into a huge fragmentation. With regard to the last part of the question, what we can do, I think that we need a benchmark. We need in this to develop in this environment some agreement, kind of agreement with governments too, that we can show to the other parts of the governments, saying these are the things that cannot be done because these are the consequences. And this, I think that would be a great progress if we can do. Thank you.
Thanks, Rahul. And over there, just if you can pass the mic, just introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. I'm Laura from Brazil. I'm here with the Youth Brazil for IGF. Thank you for the panel. It was great. I would like to ask this. Some of the panelists compared the issues of today with another moment of the history of the internet, especially from its beginning of the internet governance and how it was possible to arrange a system that worked towards compatibility, interoperability, and apart from fragmentation. I think Wolfgang mentioned that how we managed to make to forge a system that allowed 5 billion people to connect. And I would like to ask, I'm curious about this question. Why did it work back there, do you guys think? Why did it work back there and it doesn't work anymore? You mentioned a lot of factors, but I would like to precisely assume one hypothesis because of what was discussed here. Did it work back there because the state was not so involved or interested in this aspects of policy making about internet? Did it work back there because the internet was not so strongly spread and was not so strongly implicated with political agenda, or not? Do you think there are other aspects that should be highlighted when you compare nowadays and back in the history of the internet and internet governance in general? Thank you.
Thanks for that. Bill, we have the last question from the room.
Thank you very much. My name is YZ from Nigeria. I want to follow up to the question that the last two or so had asked, which is to look at another dimension where non-state actors could also provide an impulse for pragmatization. If you take what the new owner of Twitter is doing, is provoking two different responses. On the one hand, many people are leaving Twitter to other smaller platforms, and that for me is also fragmentation. But on the other hand, because Elon is basing his policies on raking more profits, it's engineering governments, particularly in third world countries, to say, well, since you want to make much profit out of these subscribers, we also would have to tax you and begin to tax other platform providers and begin to roll out policies that can impact on the digital space and therefore contributing to more discussion, more debate, and more resonance of the question of fragmentation. So I'm wondering whether these actions of non-state actors whose motive is primarily profits can also be put under the searchlight as part of the reasons for the resonance of fragmentation debate currently. Thank you.
Thanks, Wazi. Bill, I think we have two hands here. I see Andrew is ready to respond to some of these questions. Shall we just take the last two hands? We have Izan Khan, who's with us virtually. So Izan, if you can go very quickly, and then I'm going to give the floor back to Bill to moderate us to the end of the session. Izan, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can.
Perfect. Izan Khan, Youth Ambassador for the Internet Society this year. I just wanted to say very quickly that implicit throughout this entire discussion is the fact that we consider internet fragmentation to be having negative connotations in a sense. But the focus of the discussion today has sort of been measuring like how red the sky is without asking the question of why does it matter that the sky is red? And in the sense, why does internet fragmentation actually matter for us as the user? And I think a very important point is to note that we have something called internet universality based on the Rome principles. We have things like rights, openness, access, and multi-stakeholderism. And I think every single measure that people consider to be fragmentary or not should be evaluated with respect to those principles, because then it'll let us know whether it actually affects the fundamental spirit and ethos of the internet. And then we can evaluate the risks associated with that. So if something, for example, hampers interoperability, why does that matter? Does it contain the risk that those principles will be somehow violated? And I feel like that would add a very important set of contexts to this discussion right now, because otherwise we can run left, right, and center thinking about fragmentation without considering what the real implications on the user might actually be and whether they are justified or not. Thank you.
Thanks, Izan.
Okay.
Bill, over to you.
Thank you. So we have had excellent interventions, 6 interventions from Siva, Hussein, Raul, Laura, Izzy, and Izan on a range of key points. And I'd like to just go around the panel and ask them to pick up on whichever ones they want to touch on. And if your comments should bleed into the question of what is to be done, that also would be very good. I think Andrew had his hand up first. Andrew, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I don't know that I did, but anyway, I'll talk now. So the concern that I have about, well, I think it reflects the last point that was just made. The reason the internet expanded the way it did, in my view, and the reason that we have the internet that we do is because of a shared illusion. We agreed implicitly that what we were going to do was interoperate, and that was how we got the internet. People keep forgetting that the internet is not one thing, right? It's right there in the name, the internet. So it's a network of networks, but we've forgotten that because our experience of it is this smooth single thing. And as long as we had in our heads the idea that interoperation was somehow fundamentally the good thing, then we automatically tended towards that kind of interoperation. But having abandoned this idea that the sort of shared goal of interoperation is automatically the one that we're pursuing, we're drifting away from the potential that the internet offers. And what's been interesting to me over the last couple of years in thinking about this, is that the internet is technically quite robust because of the way that it works, the way that things just, you pick them up and they kind of work together. But actually, politically, it's quite fragile. It really does depend on this idea that the pieces, that everybody's going to assume this same positivity of interoperation, and I think that assumption is the one that that we've been abandoning gradually. And so, to answer this implicit question that you were asking, what is to be done? Either we will re-embrace this idea that interoperation is fundamentally a good thing, and I, of course, believe that it is, or else we're going to lose the internet. There isn't a possibility of like national internets. That's a nonsense idea. What you get when you have a fragmented internet along country lines or along technical, so-called ecosystem lines. They're not ecosystems, they're parks, but set that aside. what you get is not the internet, or not an internet. What you get actually are just separate networks. We had that experience. We had CompuServe. We had Genie. We don't need to reinvent that problem. What we need to do instead is recommit ourselves to the idea that interoperation and interoperability is a fundamental good that leads to better human outcomes. And that, I think, is the thing that we really need to focus on.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Milton, let's try to be also responsive to the specific questions as much as we can as well. Okay, Milton, go ahead.
Sure, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I thought the gentleman who in the room who asked the question about the cooperation between the large global platforms and the governments was really hitting the nail on one of the main drivers of fragmentation. Again, it's a classic case study of what I call alignment. It is the platforms are saying, hey, we've got a globally interoperable platform here. We're connecting people from all over the world. And then the, let's say the Thai government or the Cambodian government or the German government say, hey, we want you, we just passed a law and we want you to enforce certain rules that only apply to German citizens, right? Or to Cambodian citizens or whatever. And then we have discovered to our dismay that the platforms are perfectly capable of doing that they can in fact configure their systems to discriminate against and differentiate between users in different parts of the country. Now, there are also subversive and heroic ways of avoiding that. You know, you see people in China using VPNs to get access to things they're supposed to not get access to. But fundamentally, that's why I think we have this problem. It is, you know, at the first order, the biggest issue in fragmentation is this alignment problem in which governments are trying to align their jurisdictional authority with the functioning of the internet. One other point related to the question from the Brazilian woman about why things are different now, and I don't think it's about imaginaries at all. I think what happened is very clear from a political economy standpoint, and that is the governments did not know what was happening. They were taken by surprise. It was a de facto creation of this global space of compatibility before they understood it, before they knew what to do about it. You look at what was happening in the early 90s and mid 90s and up until about 98, is that we simply created this riding on the back of telecom liberalization and the liberalization of value-added services, which the internet was classified as. So suddenly you had this global interactive space and this new capability, and before the governments had approved it. If you had asked them to approve it in advance, they probably wouldn't have. And it happened as a default, as a de facto accomplishment. And for the last 20 years, they've been sort of slowly realizing that they have lost control and trying to reassert control. So that's my theory of why things are different now.
Okay, thank you. Before we drift into the imaginaries discussion, let's go around though and pick up the questions that have already been asked because we had 6 very good interventions. Neha, would you like to respond to any of the questions that were raised?
Maybe I can just briefly respond to the gentleman, Siva, who first made a remark about global governance or some kind of a global governance solution. I mean, one thing I wanted to just highlight is that internet fragmentation itself is multi-layered in many ways. So the idea of having a single global governance process or institution just responding to all concerns is probably not going to happen. But from my perspective, I think there are certain solutions that international law can offer. I think of international human rights law, but also from the perspective of international trade law, particularly with now a lot of trade agreements containing rules that prohibit data localization, require cross-border data flows with some exceptions, and it can be a dialogue for another day what those exceptions might actually mean in practice, and also whether the internet governance community feels comfortable with some of these dialogues happening outside the internet world in closed trade organizations. But I think certainly there is some potential for international law to offer solutions, at least inform certain global governance process, but I don't think it would be a unified solution.
Neha, just if I could just follow up with you real quickly. In addition to trade agreements, there's also this kind of new set of instruments, digital economy agreements, which are a bit more expansive and allow a more multidimensional approach. Do you think that those could play a role here? We see a lot of governments, particularly in Asia, pursuing those.
Yeah, so I think the digital economy agreements are a better attempt in the sense they're solely focused on digital issues. They don't, it's not trading apples for digital services or trading, automobiles for opening up the market, telecoms market. So in that sense, they are a better attempt. The other strong point about digital economy agreements is that they have a lot of building blocks. They are looking at emerging digital technologies. They are looking at best practices. And I think the capacity of these digital economy agreements to co-opt multi-stakeholder processes is far more than traditional trade agreements. So I think, yes, digital economy agreements are definitely can be a game changer, but I'm not sure how many countries outside the Asia Pacific are going to jump onto this idea.
Hopefully engage rather than co-op, multi-stakeholder. Peiji, any thoughts?
Yes, I'm sensing that our audience members or the questions, some of them are worried about the state actors, some are worried about the private sector. And personally, I'm observing that at the moment that many actors, state actors or non-state actors, are accusing each other of having the intentions to fragment the internet, for example. And that leads to a possibility that, for example, one state actor may take a real action to fragment the internet in the name that others are going to do it. And then I'm thinking that if we stick to, for example, the narrow version or the technical version of the fragmentation, we can find actually a solution to that. For example, we can propose a principle of no first use, or no first to fragment, or no first to take action into the language of a Global Digital Compact of the United Nations, and make it further up, make it internationally binding, for example. In that case, we can have somehow a closed circuit of thinking about the technical version of fragmentation, and meanwhile we can settle some disputes or worries from the state actors and the private sector. Bill?
Interesting. So arms control, no first use announcements. That's an interesting parallel. In the room, Henriette, the three of you there want to jump in on the questions that have been raised by the 6 people?
Yes, I think Wolfgang and Chital would like to respond.
Okay, yeah, I want to react to the question by the lady from Brazil. 25 years ago, the internet was a technical issue with some political implications. Today is a political issue with a technical component. 25 years ago, Larry Lessig wrote a good book when he argued code is law. So the code makers were seen as more important than the lawmakers. And you could see it now that the lawmakers are firing back. And 25 years ago, this was $1 million business. Today, it's $1 billion business. And insofar, it's not a surprise that governments have a stronger look of it. So the way forward is you need a better cooperation between lawmakers and code makers, so that lawmakers and governments understand, this technical infrastructure, how it works, the DNS, TCP, IP. But code makers have also to understand national concerns, if it comes to digital taxation or to security issues and cybercrime and things like that. So that means the way forward is a better multi-stakeholder collaboration where everybody in his special function works hand in hand, and this needs trust, and unfortunately this was lost in the last couple of years. That means we have to rebuild trust in the global internet governance ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to three of the questions specifically. You asked a question about why now. I think in one word, it's power. And state and by the way, I'm not speaking as a co-facilitator of the policy network at the moment. I'm just speaking from my personal capacity. I think state and commercial power, whatever it is, there is a power that is being exercised in different ways. And we're seeing that through the policies and measures that we're talking about here, implicitly or explicitly. But power is fluid. It is exercised in many different ways. We often hear about people power, for example. And I think that as we are talking about this topic, really important point that was made earlier is when and how do we act and based on what? And for that reason, reasserting certain values, whether they are around, for example, interoperability and openness, where we are seeing a shift away from that, and using spaces like the Compact, the Global Digital Compact, like the UN, also at the national level, to reassert those values. And values have a material impact, and there is no better, I think, example of that than the internet itself. So if we continue to reassert the importance of those values and perhaps create and define a framework where we can measure where certain measures, whether they're by state act, by whatever actors they are, commercial or otherwise with power, have, then I think we can continue to shape, and I hope we can, the open internet that we all want to see. And we had an example there of the Rome principles as a framework. We have the International Human Rights Framework. There are frameworks that we can assess against. So looking forward to continuing this discussion at the rest of the week. Again, really encourage you to come to the sessions on Wednesday about this topic as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. I'll just make my sort of last remarks, and then I'll hand it on to you. I think a lot of what's said really resonates with me. I think Andrew's remarks, I think, are really to be taken seriously. The value and the goal of an interoperable internet conceptually informed how we approached internet governance initially. And I think we are losing that. I would add another concept to it as well. It's not just about interoperability, technical interoperability. It's also about interconnection and interconnectedness. The power of the internet to connect people, to connect content, to connect countries. And I think that this might not be at risk of fragmentation at a technical level. We still have interoperability. But I don't think we should underestimate the impact of the kind of ideological fragmentation, the kind of ideological polarization that Pesci talked about, the power of the lawmakers over the code. I don't think we should underestimate that. I really think that by taking this interoperability, this conceptual and technical and philosophical interoperability and interconnectedness for granted, we are putting it at risk. And I do agree with what Chital and others have said now as well. We need instruments. We need to, the project of multi-stakeholder, inclusive governance of the open internet is actually, I think, only just starting. And I think that for me is what we've been playing around. Now we really actually have to ensure that internet governance and the way in which policy and regulation is being made does not put this interconnectedness and interoperability at risk. Back to you, Bill.
That is the most optimistic endpoint I've heard in a long time, Henriette. I'd like to believe that we're just starting with multi-stakeholder rather than hitting a wall. But we've got 5 minutes left, and we had previously, Niels had raised his hand, and several people were responding him in the chat. Niels, are you still here to pose your question or no?
Of course, no, more than happy. So, but Henriette's point was so happy because it meant that we will be discussing this for many more years, as we've been doing for quite some time. I just wanted to add like a relatively short historical note, and that's that fragmentation, interoperability, and interconnection are a spectrum that have been going on in transnational communication networks since the telegraph. That was technically why the International Telegraph Union was established in 1865, right? So I think we should really make sure that what we're seeing now, and also the emergence of oligopolies and monopolies that align with state interests. We've seen this in the telegraph, we've seen this in radio, we've seen this in television. So, but we at the Internet Governance Forum and as Internet people tend to think that we are the first ones to go through this. But no, we have done this. But also this Internet thing that we're talking about is not completely the same thing all the time, because the original end-to-end principle kind of went overboard with the introduction of network address translation, when not all endpoints could be accessed at the same time. So that introduced a difference between clients and servers, between users and producers, but also IPv4 and IPv6 are not interoperable. It's not all TCP IP anymore, because now we also have QUIC. So like this whole understanding that it's one homogeneous network with one homogeneous stack is also not true. But previously, there were also interconnecting networks that ran on different stacks. That's what SendMail servers did. They translated between different networks. So even fragmented networks can be made to interconnect. So there are a lot of ways to introduce political and technical friction that can also be overcome in different ways. So we just need, I think, a better understanding of the way in which states, corporations, and technologies continue to reconfigure the relations among each other. And for that, we do not just need international relations or technology or economy, but an integrated understanding of both on all levels. And for that, we need several perspectives. And for that, I'm super grateful to have learned from you.
Well, thanks, Niels, but you didn't set off the socio-technical Imaginaire bomb that was going to make Milton's head explode. So
but
that's okay.
I don't want to. Okay. So then one more thing. No, okay. So we got together around this idea that that more internet is good, and that more connectivity is good for everyone. And this was a very end of '89 thing, and the internet was of course invented as a response to the launch of Sputnik. And then with the fall of the Soviet Union and the Washington Consensus, there was the idea more connectivity is good for everyone. But now we've also seen, as Chital said, with a power analysis, there is power between different actors. So this whole idea, this imaginary that got everyone, that more connectivity is good for everyone, has actually limited application. And socio-technical imaginaries don't really take this materiality into account. We should really try to understand what are these different technological configurations that reconfigure relations between users, the market, and the state.
Okay. So ending on a social constructivist note, that's fine. We have, we can leave this for the debate among the academics. Listen, we have 1 minute left, so let me just give a closing and say, I think this was a very useful and fulsome conversation involving a lot of people from around the world, which is always an excellent thing. Of course, we did not resolve anything, but perhaps we bounded the range of disagreement in a little bit more self-conscious way. And so that's useful. I hope everybody found it helpful. There have been other sessions before recently. I mean, I just did a webinar on fragmentation a week ago at Columbia. That's on the web as well. And Chital mentioned that she's got a session coming up with the policy network at IGF. There's a main session and there's a number of workshops. So conversations on fragmentation will continue. And hopefully we will come to some greater level of convergence or at least principled disagreement. Thank you all very much for your participation. Thanks to the panelists, thanks to the people in the room. I hope you had a good time, and au revoir, arrivederci, until next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Bill.
Thank you.